everybody, and welcome to the Alberian where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. We are here today with some more lovely Chronicles of Chronicles of Nathriel Iridai. There we go. Session number 4. Before we start, though, a few lovely little announcements. I'm going on holiday, which means we're not going to have any Twitch streams for the entire week this week. There's no Tuesday or Thursday like we normally do, appearances of anything, because I'll be relaxing for once. What we do have, something I definitely didn't relax getting set up and ready to go, is a bunch of videos coming up on YouTube. If you go over to our YouTube, someone hit the tree again. If you go over to the YouTube, on Monday through Friday, we're going to have YouTube exclusive videos. Little bite-sized short ones that you can watch during our, what's it called? Your lunch break or something. I don't take lunch breaks, so go ahead.
What are those called?
What are those called? Yeah, what are those called? I don't get the luxury of having lunch breaks. That's right. Yeah. But you can watch one of those during that time frame. I try to. I really should, but
no,
I usually work while eating.
Workers' rights. Support unions. Especially SAG right now. Anyway,
I really should just have a YouTube one. Brings up a little point there, Peter. That's happening though. You can still get your Alberian fix during the week while the Twitch is on holiday and relaxing. We'll all be relaxing. Hopefully. We'll see what happens. Other than that, there's oh wow. Oh, hang on. What's this?
Oh no. Oh yes.
Oh, shirts.
Oh, it's a t-shirt.
What's up?
It's a t-shirt. If you go to our store, you can get one of your own.
One of them.
We've got an Alberian one,
Oh.
a Schnauzboop one,
Hey-o! Schnozboop.
Zora,
Oh, nice. That looks really good.
Big Tin,
Ooh.
and nothing for Altian because he sucks. I'm just kidding. He does.
Explosions.
Those were also
We had
actually...
one, but it blew up.
It blew up. Yeah, it blew itself up. Those are actually even all the colors you can get. There's white, there's gray, there's deep blue, black as well. A lighter gray and a darker gray as well. But I'm wearing this one today because it was that one's birthday yesterday. Happy birthday. Hope that went well.
I forgot.
The there were two birthdays yesterday.
Happy birthday.
But the other one doesn't like being acknowledged that it was their birthday. So happy birthday to you too. Tangerine, you're the only one who gets called out for it though. Directly. There are also
Happy birthday to you two.
stickers that you can
The
get
band.
of all our things. And I got these because there was a question of how big are they? They're about this big. And this
Are they
white
vinyl?
border around here doesn't exist. You can actually take the sticker off. It's cut cleanly, but I can't show you the cut around it. So what you would see the white border on here is what the size of it would be on there. And this, on a normal sized book, would be about that.
Are they vinyl?
All right, so
What's that mean?
I'm gonna buy one of each
Are
and
they
stick them in my book.
Yeah, they're plastic, yeah. One of each. Go for it, there's a lot. Those ones are on our store as well, along with pint glasses. I'm adding other little random items as well, but if you wanna... Hey, the Geeky Knights are here, yay!
You
But
could
if
create research pages with each person's name on it and a picture.
You could. Put a little picture on the page and do a little your research notes on that individual. That's
There
not
you
a
go.
bad thought. Even our lovely little logo on there as well. All those inside the merch store. Go to a merch store,
I
help
want
support
merch.
that, because if we can justify the merch store being a good thing, we'll be putting a lot more effort and possibly getting a red bubble instead of relying on stream.
Oh, I'm about to
for it.
justify the merch store.
Oh, justify it. Help me justify it. Single-handedly.
Single-handedly. One of everything, sir.
One of everything. That's basically what I did on this. One of everything. Tax deductibles, yay.
Yeah.
Other little things that we're going to talk about way ahead of time. I know this is ahead of time. I'm doing it on purpose. Our August one-shot has been decided. The setting, the GM, It's all good. We are doing a Cyberpunk one-shot on August the 29th, the last
Ooh.
Tuesday of it. The reason being, in the original Cyberpunk, not the game, the Cyberpunk 2020, the raid on one of the towers happened this year, August 23rd. So the timing is just way too good. We're doing a Cyberpunk one. Vaughn is stepping in to be the GM for that.
Nice.
That will be happening on Tuesday the 29th. We're all set. He's familiar with the world. We just have to learn Cyberpunk 22 Red, I think the system's called, and I can only find it in German. So, hey, old world chum, how you doing? Wonderful person. Thanks for being here. That's happening August 29th. October, Spooktober month. We are doing an SCP Foundation TTRPG miniseries. I'm not supposed to do recruiting until July, but I've almost entirely recruited everyone for that already, so I'm ahead of schedule on my end. A little bit, but it's October. That's 4 months from now. It'll be... Is it 4 months? It is! Wow. 4 months from now, that'll be happening. Keep your eyes out for that. It's going to be spooktacular. Absolutely terrifying to be part of. I'm excited. The PCs are going to die a lot. It's great. But if you're not familiar with the SCP world, go familiarize yourself with that. It's kind of eldritch horror-y if you're relating it to TTRPGs, kind of like Delta 6 or Delta 1, whatever it's called, and Call of Cthulhu mixed together. It's great.
Nice.
More like Delta Green. That's what it is, Delta Green. A lot more like that. Lot of, that's 2 TTRPG systems we'll be exploring here, other than Pathfinder and Dungeons & Dragons. I'm very excited about that. Those are happening soon. I think that's really the last of my lovely little announcements. Peter, how did the album release go, now that we've got the whole table around?
The album release was a delight. It was really great. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah. You can listen to the album on all the digital platforms. It's called The Coin by Peter Taylor. My favorite part about it is I composed most of the cello parts for it, and we had this incredible cellist from Ukraine play it, and he did such a great job, and it's so good. So listen to it at least for the cello, if nothing else.
It was a very relaxing and fun listen when I listened through the entire album when I was updating my spider wall. And God, it's so great. Peter's got a great singing voice. And great poetry reading voice. That's for you, a little shout out for you, old world chum, who writes their own poetry. And
nice.
Does some fun stuff with that too. I enjoyed listening. Here you go. Here's the link to the YouTube album that you can go listen to. Made by our very own Schnozboob. Or Peter Taylor.
Schnozboople.
Schnozboob. I don't think there's anything else. I think we're
I'm
all
ready for
set.
nonstop friendship. You guys?
Something like that.
Let's make some friends.
Does that include?
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods. If not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It's been 2 weeks since we've gone into typical campaign setting stuff. Last week we did a little talk show because most everyone was gone. That's okay though, it was a fun talk show. Nice, fun-filled hour.
Losers.
2 weeks ago, where we left the entire party, was the beginning of it, the finalization of the Gwyn fiasco. Gwyn being cremated, actually, and sent off after the tragedy that happened. They finished wandering around, meeting a bunch of people. They missed a couple, but that's okay. They still got their Pallius brief and information drop on that. Because in normal MMORPG standards, if you get the location and discover enough, you get a brief on it. So they got a brief. They then picked up 2 contracts from their guild and headed off to the east to fulfill those. One of them, let me pull up my map, being in the city of Wilcom, and the second one being in the city of Vilt, starting their journey as entry-level guild members. We left off with them having spent 3 days after the longest day ever, traveling to Mountain's Peak Rest Stop, where they finished first gaining sight on the location and what it was around. To give you an update on what that was, you were on the west side of this bridge, where a river flows, or a small creek, I suppose you would call it actually, flows down and the stone bridge arcs over it. It's a basic stone bridge, nothing elaborate about it. On the east side is the inn, a very tall 3-story building with many stables in the back behind it. The building itself is very skinny. It doesn't look to be able to fit very many people on the inside of it. And while it does look up to date and refined, well painted, you might say, it does have signs of wear and tear. Except for the stables in the back. Those are much more well kept than the inn itself. Towards the north of the inn, on the other side of the road, is a large encampment, where a caravan has been coming through and is camped out. There are tents. There are no carriages or animals. Those you might presume are inside the stables in the back. But there's a bunch of people and they're a little flustered for some reason, just by the first glance. On your side,
I wonder why.
On your side, the west side, there are 3 stalls with wares and alike. Looks to be traveling merchants who have just set up shop in the area for a time frame. The 3 of them are talking in amongst themselves, kind of laughing at situations while you hear raised voices on the other side of the bridge and see a minotaur who's dressed in very heavy plate armor, desperately trying to calm down the situation. This is the scene you approach in. You are still on the west side of the bridge. What do you all do? Actually, there's something I wanted to get to before that. There's a conversation between Caleb and Teffy that we skipped over. When's your birthday, Caleb?
That, I have... Good lord, I have not thought about that.
Which
For literally
conversation?
2 weeks.
Birthday.
Ah, the birthday conversation. Ah, okay. Let me
We
get
could say
that
that's
sticky
happening right as you're coming up to this. So,
So, I got a couple of birthdays from the rest, but you declined to mention one?
because I don't really remember.
You don't remember your birthday? Alright. How old are you?
Maybe 28, 29.
And you already don't remember your birthday. That's a bit early, isn't it? Let's see. So what exactly is the situation that has led to you not knowing your own date of birth?
Accident when I was a kid.
Oh, is this the one when you were 9, when things changed and you're very hedgy about trying to reveal details?
Before that.
Before? Crikey, mate, how many accidents have you been in?
I was just playing with some kids. Oh. Hit my head.
Okay, do you recall what season your birthday is?
No.
Okay, where are your parents in all this? I'm sure they would know your date of birth.
It wasn't a priority at the time. Things happened very quickly.
Can you expand on that, please?
No.
Well, damn. Okay.
Does Snotsboop overhear this conversation?
Your close proximity to each other, I would say yes.
I have an excellent idea, I think. Why don't we give you a birth date right now?
Sure.
Let's call it today! Happy birthday!
Okay,
Happy
and so are we
birthday.
still on 362,566?
No, you travelled. You're on 422,566.
422.
Hold on one second.
Wait, what? I got 1643044.
Oh, you're very wrong on that one.
So what
So-
day is it actually?
The day you started on, and this will
19th day of Mithric.
Yep, for everyone at home. Oh no, you weren't very wrong on that. Why did I make the calendar system so complicated? So your
I don't know. Why?
Let me look at my spider wall. So the day you all started on was 362,566. The day then progressed to 372,566 after the longest day ended. And then you traveled 3 whole days.
So
Or
now
3 whole
it's-
solas. So now it
I
is
thought-
422,566.
I thought session 1 was on 35. Look, man, you.
No,
you made the
352.
calendar.
352. I said 6 for some reason. My bad. So,
So it's been
352.
566 this whole time.
You started on 352. The long stay
Okay.
ended, moving to 362.
Yes.
And then you traveled 3 whole days, leading to 422. Because the way the line works, if you're looking at a grid, the way the calendar system works, if you're
Because
looking
I
at a
have a
grid,
different date entirely. Anyway,
Where did I get 164,344?
no idea. That might be when you started.
Because my first note was 352,556.
I don't know where you got the other one. But if you're looking at the calendar system, it's a grid of 5 lines, 7 columns. The first number is your line, so your week, what week you're in. The second number is your day, so what column you're in. The third number is your month, so what lunar you're in. And the last number is your year, so the cycle that it is.
Oh, that is too much. I'm gonna tell you right
It's
here,
actually
right now.
just wrote that
incredibly
down.
easy to follow.
It'll take me 10 years to figure that out. And if we were playing in this world for 10 years, there will come a day where you go, finally! And then that's the day that you will be ending the campaigns in this world and starting an entirely new one.
It's done that way for a few reasons. One is to help the separation from real world to game world, and the other one is to emphasize the history of what Iridai's gone through. And this helps emphasize the history of what Iridai's gone through.
Okay, so can we just kind of say that Caleb was born in 537? If it was today, 29 years ago, 537? How does that grab everyone?
Where's 37 come from?
566 minus 29.
Oh, you're talking about the year, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I was confused.
Delightful. Caleb, happy birthday to you. I hope it's a wonderful one. Maybe I'll sing you a special song a little bit later.
Frosty the Snowman. Da-da-da. No, I'm just kidding. Happy birthday.
Birthdays all around.
Caleb, you don't seem as pleased as I'd hoped.
Because it's not an important thing. It's just another day.
Well, it's not important in the scope of all things that ever were, but it's also important to enjoy things that are there to be enjoyed while they are.
I think this calls
If
for
you
a
say
nice
so.
round of good berries. Am I right, everybody?
Well said, Zara. One for all, I'd say.
All right. Well, I still have those good berries from. It's still been in the last 24 hours.
No,
So I'll just-
no. It's been 3 days, yo. You've been on the road
Oh, well,
for 3 days.
I will cast Goodberry.
They only last 24 hours.
And we've got 10 of them. Right? Yeah, 10 berries. All right, everybody. Snarf them up. Only one. Don't want to get indigestive problems.
Thank you, Zara. Delightful. That being said, those individuals do not seem as though they are having a good time. Perhaps we can be of service to them.
Your wagon, having gotten up to a point of approaching the bridge, one of the stall owners on the other side, a dragonborn. What color did I make him? A gold dragonborn, who's dressed in fine-ish wear. It's it's worn and torn here. He's putting on what is perceivably a strong show of wealth. He speaks up and says, "Oh, if you can figure that out, good for you. But it's better to do what we're doing and stay out of it."
I know that voice.
Is this rich person speaking to us?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see, I suppose. Stasbu's going to go over to whoever is in. You said it was a Minotaur. Seems to be flustered.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go up to the Minotaur. Greetings.
Before
I'm
you get into
Snazbu.
that, actually. So you'd be leaving the wagon to do this. You're the one driving. Or are you taking
Can
the
I
wagon?
drive the wagon to there?
You can.
Then, yeah. Do I perceive that there's a bridge that's going to break or something?
No, the bridge will support you.
Let me
I'm just
jump up and
curious-
down a bunch.
I'm just curious if everyone else is joining in. Or are you hopping off? Or are you just following Schnorzboop's lead here?
He's controlling the wagon. What am I supposed to
I
do?
kind of want to see where it goes with this Minotaur.
All right.
So drive the wagon over that way.
Wait,
Well-
let him cook.
Gallop gallantly.
Gallop gallantly. On
Get behind
approach,
the wagon and
Sorry,
nudge
I had
just
to-
a little bit.
I had to-
just a little bit. The Dragonborn doesn't seem. This is for BT. The Dragonborn doesn't seem flustered by the sight of you. He just kind of smiles as he sees a steel predator, presumably, walking up. The other two, there's a female human on the middle stall and a male half-elf on the other one. Male half-elf is staring at you with a confused, questioning look, whereas the female human is just wide-eyed, shocked, in disbelief. And as you approach, people do start going quiet, and the flustered sound of the voices die down as people start realizing what's following your carriage. Minotaur, still talking to someone in front of him, turns to look, and Caleb, you have a high enough passive perception that you would see that he is also emblazoned with a guild seal, although the guild you're not familiar with, but you know that he is a guild member. He looks over, sees the wagon, sees the steel predator. Just go back to your tents. I'll handle this, I promise. You better get back our stolen goods. Those thieves inside there. We'll raid the inn if we have to. It will not come down to that. Go back to your tents.
Do I hear thieves?
He turns and looks at the
Do I hear one
oncoming
in
wagon,
destruction?
and he says, "Greetings, travelers. You come with an interesting thing following you."
Yes. Big Ten is a friend of ours. We are coming from the Peleus crater.
That's all well and good.
I'm Snazboop of Clan McSnugan. And you are?
I'm Karna's Thick Runner. I see your guild members. That's not a symbol I recognize.
The three watchers, also of the Peleus Crater.
I'm of the Hex Places, of Lillianville. Heading there on travel, ran into a few issues.
Anything that I and or we could assist with?
Nothing I think you would find worth your time.
It's always worth our time.
Might as well hear it out.
Curious. Are you staying for the night?
I
assume
suppose so.
Oh. He steps up a little closer, not speaking too loudly. My caravan that I'm safeguarding has had some goods stolen, and they're positive that it was the proprietors of the inn. The issue is, the inn is also claiming that goods were stolen from them by our caravan. It's a little bit of a standstill right now, and as I am the guarder of this caravan, they won't listen or talk to me. And the stall owners over there, they're no help. They won't pay any attention or get involved. If you are to help, then perhaps you can figure out who actually stole what.
Have you considered that there might be a third party besides those two?
I have been too preoccupied trying to keep my caravan from burning this place to the ground to consider anything. So perhaps your help is needed.
Well, if neither party feels they're responsible, it sounds like a third party might be involved.
Yes, I think we could potentially assist with this. Leave it with us.
Well, first I need information.
Give me
Where did it happen?
So,
Well thought.
with the quick thinking of that, Caleb, and the quick follow-through without waiting for a reply, Snozboop, you've got an incredible perception. You don't need the advantage, but I'm going to give it to you. Give me a persuasion check.
The 18?
18? Yeah, that's good enough. Though I only really had it in my head as an 8 because yeah, he really he does need the help. He smiles at you and then looks over to you, Caleb. Well, what kind of questions do you have? I can provide information for what my caravan, their whereabouts and their dealings. As for the proprietors, you'll need to question them for that.
Of course.
What was stolen?
And
Supplies.
What
Food.
supplies?
It was a couple of bedrolls, food supplies, a few higher and worthy items like gold rings. Nothing too expensive that it would be missed easily. It was the quantity that was questioned. That's what made us realize it would quicker. We were supposed to be on the road at the start of the day, but we weren't because of this.
So it happened last night.
Yes. Been here all day trying to console the group and trying to convince them to keep moving on. The money we'll be making from this journey will be far more than worthy of replacing whatever it was.
But that doesn't make any sense. Why would they want to stay if all they lost were a few supplies? They're this adamant at staying that they lost something else.
Pettiness of war going on. Or it could just be the... That's what my general answer is for many things, but it could be wrong on this. The other one is the proprietors, and I'll leave you to discover that yourself.
Bring us to the caravan, the ones that were stolen from. Let me take a look.
Absolutely.
So
There is still room inside if you want the proprietors to house your caravan for the night. But I will take you to the people who had things stolen.
Big Ten, do you mind watching the caravan? Making sure a thief doesn't come along. We'll park it somewhere when we find out exactly who stole the supplies.
Watch what?
The wagon.
The wagon, that's what I meant. Sorry, I said caravan.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, that's why I was asking for clarification.
Sorry.
Watch the wagon, sure.
Thanks, Big Tin. Snotsman gives me a real wink.
just a little wink.
Zara, you're going to have to confirm with Big Ten that he's going to do what I asked him to do. He seems to want to follow you around.
Big Ten, will you watch the wagon for us?
As long as you're here.
There is something I can do that would help. So I have something called primeval awareness. Since we're in a mountainous terrain, I can detect aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead within 6 miles. So that would at
Okay.
least eliminate that possibility.
Do you get the location? Or do you just
This
detect
feature
it?
doesn't
very-
reveal the creature's location or number.
It's a very specific DM question.
It's a very
Makes
specific
me
DM
worried.
question. Yeah. Okay. So you cast that, yeah?
Yeah.
There are a couple of fiend presences.
Fiend presences?
A couple. Yeah.
A couple as in two.
Does it say you learn how many, or that you just have the presence
It says doesn't reveal the location or number.
or number? Okay. There's a fiend presence. Let me amend that statement.
Fiend presence.
Within 6
Within the
miles.
6 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Oh. Roll a percentile dice. There's one more in
Percent.
there that kind of want to give you a chance at.
Uh, 0 is just 0, right?
0 is 100% go.
Oh, well, I rolled a 0 and a 3.
Oh, 0 and a 3. That's a 3%. Which is
Oh.
still,
If you roll 0, 0, 0, that's 100.
yeah,
Oh,
0
0 0 0 0 0 0.
0 0
1,
0
1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0,
0
0,
0
1, 1, 1.
So
Token
3%.
binary. 3%. There's also dragon presence, but hey,
A dragon.
that's within
Probably
6
that
miles.
dragonborn.
Dragonborn
There's
don't
a-
count.
Difference,
count?
yeah.
There's a difference. Yeah,
Okay.
they don't count for that.
Okay, so I wouldn't set that off.
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll keep that
So-
in mind. I'll share that information with the group. Snozboop, there's a sense of fiend / dragon presence in the area. If we don't encounter any friendly fiends, we should probably consider that as a possibility.
Fiends are difficult to be friends with, but I'll give it a try. Thanks, Zara. Would you mind staying with Big Tin?
Sure.
Keep your eyes out, as it were.
What are you doing
Caleb
with
would
the
like
cart?
to lead the way. It
Are you
seems
leaving
like
your cart in the
area
middle of the
expertise.
road? Or are you bringing it off where you're leaving the cart?
I'm just leaving it with Zara to do as she thinks best.
All right. I
Okay.
guess I'll
What are you doing
find
with the cart,
a.
Zara?
I'll find a. What looks like a parking spot of sorts, maybe in front of
Sure.
a building.
So when you're looking around, there's a couple of spots on either side of the building. The front, maybe not so much, it's too close to the road for the size of the wagon or the cart. And it's also barricaded right now. Like the
Okay.
inn itself, the building, is barricaded.
So not there.
So you can go either side, though.
Okay, well, we'll keep walking then until we find something of
Beep.
note.
Beep, beep, beep. As they back it up into a spot.
With I did write
We're
down
just
the name.
pulling through the.
Phyllis. You bring up your mare, Phyllis, to let's say the east side. Yeah, I got that right. East side of the inn, and portion it up while waiting for Schnorz and Caleb to do their thing. Teffy, what are you doing?
I follow Snozboop and Caleb.
Okay, you hop out of the cart as well, and we will move over to Schnoz, Caleb, and Taffy as Big Tin and Zora park up the cart
With Phyllis in tow.
with Phyllis in tow, or towing. The cart.
towing.
Towing. So, what was that you were saying, Snoz?
I was just saying, asking Caleb to take the lead, as this seemed to be his area of expertise.
Cool. Perfection. The camp has, with your ridiculously high perception, I can give you a more accurate number. Roughly 12 people, not including Carnus. Walking throughout. One of them, the one you saw bickering with him, was a male dwarf who's now off at another tent with a couple of other dwarves, bickering about a couple of things. Most everyone else is just kind of going about their business, cooking up some food, because it's the end of the day and meals are coming around. There are a couple of people who have weapons around them and are making sure they're operable and good to go.
Quick question.
Yep.
Before you continue. Are they speaking Dwarvish?
The dwarves, yeah. They're speaking Dwarvish.
I know that language. What are they saying?
Mm.
It doesn't matter if I can hear them because I can read lips.
Yeah, you can. It's built
You let
like
somebody
Batman.
else have that? Oh no.
He's built like Batman. It's great. They're making plans. They're making plans for raiding the inn come night to get back their stolen goods.
Okay, 1 second. And to storm the inn. Notes, people. I'm finally taking them. Anyway,
I'm so proud of you.
Why?
while I wait for this thing to change, I'm gonna say to this guy leaving us, you should probably watch those dwarves.
Yes, they are making plans I don't care for. Part of the reason and part of the struggle. Do note that my protection and my pay is based off of things not being destroyed. You as a guild member, I'm sure you understand, which means I cannot let them raid this inn.
I understand.
As much as I
Lead
don't
on.
trust the proprietors, I will have to defend them if it comes down to that.
Yeah, the whole time that I'm walking through this place, I am going to be doing an active investigation.
Okay.
Just to see if anything is off. Anyone's reactions to us, or, you know, like, situationally within, like, how the caravans are set up, like, if stuff is hidden, like, I'm doing a general, like, blanket investigation to catch a vibe, if you will.
Snozboob is going to perceive a look around, make sure that the stuff wasn't there all the whole time and there was just an honest mistake.
Okay. No, you can both do checks individually,
Mm-hmm.
or
Yeah.
you can combine those and someone can do a check at advantage.
Go ahead, Kill.
Okay, I will do it at advantage. Okay, well. What's my investigation? That's plus 9, so that's 22.
22? Okay. And considering your passive as well, because remember, passives work by noticing details, rolling gets you additional details. 22 is a good roll. You're going to get a lot of additional details for that. But starting with your passive, what you normally would see, the camp's kind of split into a little bit at this point. There are some people who, when you're approaching and what you can hear and see through your lip reading, they're more upset about the fact that they haven't gotten back on the road. They've missed an entire solar of traveling. It's one more solar they have to wait till getting back to their families in Lillianville. The other half, presumably, and from what you can see, the half that had items stolen from them, they're the ones who were upset, claiming that they want to go in. For the check, you
Does
don't...
Snozmove know this as well?
Yeah, you'll be noticing this. I'm just going to kind of give you as everyone who's there. So Teffy, you would know this too. You would notice this just off of what Caleb's doing, his mannerisms, his language, how he's going about things. The two of you are more following. Caleb's more leading in this kind of investigation. But I'll allow you two to see this as well. Kind of makes sense, in my opinion.
Right.
For your check, though, and this will be... Actually, no, I'll let you all know as well. I was going to say it's Caleb specific, but an advantage was given by a party member, so you'll get it too. The goods stolen, there's the gold value. I mean, from what you're gathering, from what people have been complaining about, you're not going to notice what's stolen because it's gone already. You don't have any context towards what it is. You will get that there's more emotional and sentimental value behind it than gold value. The gold value maybe only equates to about 50 gold. It's not very high.
Gotcha.
For a commoner, it's pretty high, but for caravan people doing deliveries and travel like this, they get paid a good chunk for each time. And what you would gather, specifically, is they have a large shipment of health potions that are destined for the front line of Balashtar. And one of the items that was stolen was a health potion.
Got you.
And health potions right now are in high demand.
Got you. Okay.
But while you're walking around, taking merit of all these people, one of them does look up, a Lionin, who's got large mane, a little darker in the coloration of fur from what you might be used to, Caleb, because you're the one who has the most exposure to Lionins, or Leonins, that's what they're called, I always pronounce it wrong. He looks at you all and directly says, "I don't know any of you, why are you here?"
Voice mod has to...
There you go.
Investigating the stolen goods. Try to figure out what happened. That way you can get out of here.
That would be very, very friendly. Thank you. Hello, I'm Iris. And if you're investigating the person you need to convince, you need to get the goods back for is the dwarf over there, Thyman. He's the one who's picking up a fit about all of this, not us. We don't care. Mind you, we didn't have anything stolen.
Yeah, but it's good to get information from other party. What happened last night?
Last night? Well, even amongst our caravan here, you'll have many different answers. I'm impartial to all of it. And thusly, my opinion matters a little bit more.
Snozmove would like to see if this person is lying.
Give me an insight check.
You sure you want insight?
I do.
10.
10? You're not really sure. I mean, it's not high enough to say either one way. There were sentimental things. Family heirlooms, whatever it is, I don't know. But a certain amount of gold value. Along with food supplies, water, food. Enough for a couple of days' worth. For Well, if you're talking quantities, for one person it was about a full line, 7 solars. For 2 people, half a line. For more, well, maybe not too much. It wasn't enough for any fuss about any of this. I mean, the guild is supporting this. Any sentimental value lost or any value lost at all is reimbursed by the guild. They're supposed to keep us safe, and Carnus is a good man. He keeps us safe. But he can't keep watch always. If anyone's to blame for someone getting in here and stealing anything, oh, that unfortunately is gonna be Wormteeth. He fell asleep on his search, or his watch duty. And when he says Wormteeth, he points at a goblin over at the campfire, cooking up some food.
Okay, 1 second.
Is that
you guys-
teeth or
Warm
teeth?
with an A, not an O. Good question.
You guys, at this point, Teffy and Snozboop see me pull out a large yet raggedy journal from my bag and begin writing notes down, clues down.
It's magnificent.
Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Insight. If he's done talking,
Curious.
insight on everything that he just said.
Okay. Keller, give me an insight check. While you're rolling that, I'm going to spell things out for you. Thyman. Full name is Thyman Tariel. He's a male dwarf. It's spelled out Tyman. Last name Tareale. The guy you were just talking to, well, I told you the wrong name. Whoops. His name is Irbet. It's Yribert. Last name Flint Rest. Spelled like Flint and Rest put together. And he is a Leonin. The guy you were talking to is Carnus Thickrunner. Thickrunner spelled like Thickrunner. Carnus is Karnus. And he is a male minotaur.
House Bologna.
House Bologna. Carnus of House Bologna?
From the book Red Rising.
Oh. Write that down and check that out.
It's I highly recommend everyone read the books, Red Rising trilogy. But then a Snozboop will say, thank you for that.
Oh,
That's kind
before you do that, Caleb, insight check. Sorry to interrupt.
19.
Snoz. 19? He's telling the truth about all of it. I mean, he genuinely does believe he has the best opinion of what happened among the entire caravan. He thinks he's the most non-biased towards the whole thing, and that includes Carnus. There's a level and air of Carnus has bias when he says that. But yeah, he was truthful about the whole thing.
So Snozboop is going to softly approach Wormteeth. Say, hello there. My name is Snozboop, and I am trying to assist the caravan in this unfortunate situation. I'm told that you fell asleep last night on watch.
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell me a little
already
bit
had
about
enough
that?
people reminding me of that. Please, just spare me. Spare me. I didn't do it on purpose, all right? I was wide awake in my spot, watching the whole caravan, and then just next thing I know, I'm getting shaken awake by someone. All right, I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it. I have a lot of people
at all.
pointing out and
Wormteeth.
accusing me of doing this and hiding the goods. Goblins, we're not like that, okay? It's a stereotype. It's a bias against us. We're fine.
No problem, Wormteeth. One question. Do you remember perhaps the last time when you were awake?
I just got up. I started my watch. It was... The moons were high. peaked in the sky.
I don't know what.
It
you
means
tell me
about
what
noon,
time?
like midnight.
You mean like midnight?
time frame? Yeah.
Okay. No. Oh, thank you for that, Warm Teeth. I appreciate that. I don't know if I can do this, but can Snazboop perhaps sense any magic used on Warm Teeth? Is that a thing that I can do?
Once again, Caleb's gonna say, I don't know how magic works, but can you guys like sense anything on him?
Nothing that's passed. You would be able to sense lingering effects.
Okay.
Give me, but because you asked that question though, give me an Arcana check.
We're not rolling well. It's just an 11.
Just an 11. You know there are spells that can cause effects like that, but you're not putting your finger on any in particular.
Well, Snazboos himself has used them.
Yeah, he has, actually. That's fair. No, that's fair. You're right. You do know the sleep spell would do something like that. It would put him to sleep without saving throws, so...
Well, Caleb, I mean, I know, obviously, you have personal experience that one can be put to sleep. Magic, where Warm Teeth would not know. If that would happen, obviously, that would mean there would be a spellcaster involved, or perhaps a tool of some kind that allowed a spell to be cast. That does make things tricky if that is the case. Teffy, any thoughts on that?
Teffy looks up from where she has been picking at and occasionally chewing on a flower, shakes her head, and then just kind of goes back to the flower. Just kind of shrugs. Doesn't know.
Fair enough.
Good to see the support, Teffy.
She's more focused by a purple flower with a white stem on the inside of it that's raising up. Not a particular flower that Schnoz or Teffy would be familiar with inside the estates of Obtula or Trillic Union.
Interesting. Snozboop notes the flower, but then gets back in hand. Says, "Thank you for that information, Warm Teeth. I do appreciate that.
Look, whatever you can do to get people off my back and to reveal the truth and things. Karnas is a great guy, but he's a fighter, not a thinker."
Well, have no fear. Caleb is here.
Insight! Okay, this was not that great.
Okay, what is it then?
7.
7? I have no idea. There's nothing I'm giving you for a 7.
Snozboop leans in to Caleb to speak softly. Says, "It seems like the next line would be to speak to the individuals whose assets were stolen. What do you think?"
Yeah, and then I think it's time to go talk to the innkeeper.
My thoughts exactly. I believe.
Oops, my voice wasn't on.
Did Karnas say? Was it Thyman? I believe.
You sing that
Who
loud
had
enough for the
stolen-
goblin to hear?
Yes, this part, yes. It will not be whispered, yes.
Okay.
Thyman. Yeah, Thyman's the one who had the valuable things stolen out, and he's the one who's been keeping our caravan here.
Thank you for that, Warm Teeth. I appreciate that. Could you point him out to me?
He points at the group of dwarves. There are 3 of them. They're the only 3 dwarves inside this caravan, who are huddled around a singular tent.
Thanks, Warm Teeth. Snozboop's going to head that direction. But as he walks that direction, he's going to motion to Caleb to take the lead on it.
They are all 3 of them bickering in amongst each other as to the appropriate approach of a sort. One of them saying behind, one of them saying above, and the other one saying through the front door. Even though the front door is heavily barricaded from your passive perception.
Okay, I'm just gonna walk up and start questioning.
Gentlemen, if you have a moment, we'd like to discuss the theft that happened last night.
The three of them look at you with angry scowls. One of them, not being a gentleman, she's a female, stopping in their conversation mid-time, and the one who you saw bickering, "Hey, thanks for the raid, Mars." Everyone say hi and thanks to Mars in chat. The one you saw bickering, who was Thyman with Karnas when you first came up, looks over and was, "A moment, maybe, we have planning."
Well, whatever you're planning, I doubt you're gonna get in there. And if they are the ones that stole from you, then they use magic, so...
Then let a fight happen.
Or you could just talk to us, and maybe we can get to the bottom of this. That way...
They scoff at that for a moment, but one of them is like,
Maybe there is a point. Look, what are you saying? We need to get our stuff back. Yes, but if we do it in the mean way, then the guild stops protecting us. You want our reputation to be destroyed along with your pride?
Thyman turns around and starts walking off to a different spot to take care of his weapons, and the female dwarf, she also follows after him, leaving only one guy who's wearing a chainmail shirt on the front. He's got a helmet on. He looks like a squire who's been dressed up to be in the fighting situation. He's younger than the other two. He steps up and,
I'm sorry about my father. He's old and he's crotchety, angry. I won't lie, I've received that as well. I am much more for his way of doing things. But if we can save our guild contract, I'm willing to have that happen.
What was so important after all? Because from what we hear, it's not that valuable per se.
Value is perceived by the eye of the beholder. The
And
value
that's
for the
the-
ring that was stolen, and I'm answering if you give me time. The ring that was stolen's got Ismar inlining in it. Calls back to our family heritage. For player and viewer knowledge, Ismar is a very particular metal that's only harvested in the Gruten Smith Mountains. It's very rare and very hard to come by. The value of it, a single ounce is worth more than 100 pounds of gold. It's very valuable. While the amount is minuscule, the value is still high, and it was a family heirloom, going back a
Under
long
its
way.
dimensions.
he holds
I'm
up
only asking.
one of his fingers.
Little bigger than this. Goes on my father. He wears it and it'll be given to me when he dies and all that.
This is only
silly
for
stuff.
flavor. Taffy and Snozma, you see Caleb start to sketch in the notebook and like turn it around in his hand.
Aye, that's about the right size. You're right. You got that. The food that was taken. Nah. Who cares about that? We can get more. I mean, there's stalls over there that sell it. The proprietors don't, but they do. It's just the ring that he's fussed about. My father's a very pushy person towards those. He wants all the normal things for us.
Any gems on this ring?
Just the metal. No gems. Just the metal. And a unique design as well.
He offers his hand out to take your book.
to turn it around and just show him.
Fine. Pulls out his own little charcoal thing and starts writing in little designs to your ring. And finishing a little bit and giving you a general design of it.
While he's doing that, Snozboop is going to interject. Excuse me, my name's Snozboop, and I'm assisting Caleb on this. I did not catch your name.
Galaham.
Galaham. Very good to meet you, Galaham. And then I had one follow-up question. If this ring is so important and valuable sentimentally as an heirloom, why was it not on your father's finger?
Because he's an idiot and he trusts everyone he's around. Until they give him a reason not to. Then he doesn't trust anyone. For a whole lunar, and I have to deal with it.
So did he entrust somebody with the ring?
No, he went to sleep and took it off.
Oh.
Sorry, You're all very amiable and nice for coming in and doing this for absolutely no reason. Although you are guild members, so I suppose there is a reason behind it. He just took it off, and then when we woke up in the morning, it was gone.
So somebody came into your tent or wagon sleeping place, stole it from right next to him.
Whoever it was, they're sneaky enough. And the proprietors, they fit that bill, so he's blaming them.
Understood.
Doesn't mean they did it.
Doesn't mean they didn't.
Do you think it was them?
Aye. Ook. I don't trust Ook farther than I can throw him, and I can throw him fairly far.
Is Ook the proprietor's name?
One of them. There are 4. There's Ook, Eek, Ak, and Ike. Where they got their names, I don't know.
Walla walla bing bang.
I may have been
Very
listening to
good.
that song when I made these characters.
Caleb, did you have any other questions for this fine dwarf?
Fine. Ooh, that's nice of you.
And what about the health potion?
Not our problem. Just a shipment, we take care of the food supplies. Health potion, you're gonna need to go talk to Cardrum. Not Cardrum. Good grief, I'm getting the names mixed up here. Dymus. He's from the region and the one that brought it down. I'm just from Vint, originally. Me and my family, that is. Health potions came to us, our caravans met up and joined forces. Only in that case were we able to get the guild contract to have a protector the whole time. He's a C-class protector, a good one, but he's only one man. If our contract's so worth on that, then... they're hard to get, guild contracts. Especially for right ones. Like right people. And he may be high up inside the classes, but he's only one person. There's no way we can blame him for this. Although my father is. Planning on billing the guild for a whole lot of damages. Threatening to lose our contract. It took me lunars to arrange this.
Well,
Caleb's just gonna nod his head, close his book, and say, "Once this thing switches over."
Boop. We'll get back to you as soon as we find more information. We're gonna go speak with the management of the inn.
Caleb, did you want to speak to Dymus first? Or do you think you have the information you require?
I think we need to start getting information from the innscapers.
Very good.
And I think I have a plan for that.
Dymus is
I
a
also
check on
treasure
the cart.
I also had a thought on that. We will start walking that way. assuming we start walking that way, Snozboop is going to whisper as quietly as he can. I thought perhaps I should speak to the proprietors, and perhaps you might sneak around back and have a look-see, as it were.
No, not quite the Boy Scout you make yourself out to be. Now are you?
I'm not sure what a Boy Scout is, but I am seeking to dissuade this violence, and this seems a possible route.
We'll find another way in. You and Tiffy go in and question them. Let's go check on Zara and Big Tin.
Very good, very good. So I guess we'll go back to the wagon. In that case.
Yes. I said we were going to go check on Zara. Just kidding.
So go back to the wagon.
Yep.
Zara,
The
Big
wagon.
Tin, how's it going?
Oh, it's muted. Oh no. Zara.
It's going nowhere.
Okay.
Stationed up on the eastern side of the inn, you can see that there is a large stable in the back. It is a large stable as well. But while they're doing all that, when you get your cart stationed up, around the back from the inn comes out this. For the way we can exact D&D terms, it's a Hadozi. For description terms, it's a monkey. An upright standing monkey with little membranes kind of coming out underneath his armpits and wearing a vested tunic that allows his membranes to come out more freely and easily. He has elongated arms, long legs, hair, looks kind of like a chimp. He comes walking up to you. Like,
Hello, my name's Ook. I am one of the proprietors of Mountainside Inn. You come with you need storage, yes? You come stay inside, yes?
Yes.
Oh, how long?
So, it's a small side. When you say membranes, are these like
flying
in
squirrel
place of
membranes.
arms?
No,
Oh,
flying
okay,
squirrel
okay,
membranes. So they can
Okay.
extend out their arms and glide places.
I was imagining some small eldritch horror.
Oh no. Nothing that terrifying. Though that is
Just
right
these
up my
tendrils. I'm just like, oh my fuck. Do I want to stay? Or oh my god, do I want to stay here? Okay, so yes, we would like to seek lodging.
How long?
At least one night.
1 night, 2 silver.
He holds out a hand, expectingly.
Okay, I guess we'll give him 2 silver.
You give him 2 silver, and then he immediately starts ushering you off the cart. Like, go. I take care now. Huh? And freezes instantly as soon as he sees Big Tin.
I watch cards.
He's taking silver off of his character sheet, folks. Give him
I am
just 2
sorry.
seconds.
Sorry.
2 seconds to reply.
What was the thing?
Ben, the Almighty cannot multitask. I always have to
I
wait.
cannot.
It's okay. We'll train it into
I
you
did
eventually.
not.
I
These
did
coins
not.
have
Oh, hi,
enraptured
Mark.
my attention.
He just caught sight of Big Tin and froze.
Might I offer you a nice good berry in this trying time?
He's not replying.
Oh, poor guy. I see you have noticed my steed. This is
What?
Can I get a persuasion check?
You can. What are you saying for it, though?
Okay. Big Tin is unnecessary addition to our crew. You need not fear, for they're here for you.
She says it exactly
I'm
like that.
Still confused.
Yes.
Anyway.
Sure, give me a persuasion check.
At disadvantage.
No, not
Disadvantage.
disadvantage. Not at disadvantage. No, I'm just adjusting the DC.
All right, we got a +3. That's an 18.
An 18? Oh, damn, you rolled high. Good job. I'll believe you. Sure. Okay.
It's okay. I will
Climbs.
give them 5 more silver.
I really believe you now.
All right.
Huh? He pockets the silver and very carefully climbs into the cart front.
Watching him carefully.
And without breaking eyesight with Big Tin, says, directed towards you, Zora.
No need to watch cart when inside. It's safeguarded. Can stay out.
Do you hear that, Big Tin? So the cart will be fine.
Zora
Where
would-
will my friend go?
Zora would know at this point that saying the cart will be fine to Big Tin is not enough. You need to give direct assignments, direct
The cart
statements.
is secure. No longer do you need to watch over the cart.
Like that, yeah.
Okay.
Here.
I'll go stand next to Zara.
As soon as you passed on the other side, he whoops Phyllis and gets her moving towards the right direction, just not leaving his eyesight from you, Bigton, the whole time. Eyes wide with fear and terror. And his eyes they're big. They're big eyes. They occupy maybe about 30% of his face. They're quite large. And
Well,
takes
his
it up.
fear is probably worth its weight in gold. That stuff will be safe.
Takes it up to the stable, drives it inside, and it quickly pops out of your sight. It's a few minutes later that Caleb and the rest come up, and you would all arrive with there being no cart, and from the looks of it, someone bustling and being busy on the inside of the stable.
Zara,
I
did
assume-
you take care of the cart for us? Zara, are you frozen?
No.
I saw him
See.
blink.
No, he's moving. He's just
No.
blinking. I think he's looking at chat.
No.
That's a
I am
yeah.
not contemplating the existence of dust ganassi.
He was looking at chat. That's his chat face. His
Yeah.
character face goes the other
I
direction.
feel like this is the dumping on Zara hour right now.
No. Zara's fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna
We love you,
take
Ben.
the guild
I know you do.
badge off and stick it in a pocket.
Oh, very good. Zara, are you all right?
Quite so. Are you all right?
Oh, quite so, quite so. I thought I had an idea as I was walking up just now. I was going to have a chat with the proprietors of the inn, and I've noticed that Big Ten has a certain gives people a certain response. I thought maybe you and Big Ten might accompany me on for this discussion.
Do you need to intimidate somebody?
Potentially. More, I was hoping that eyes would be on Big Ten rather than elsewhere.
Boop, are you telling me you're discarding the path of friendship for the path of
No.
intimidation?
Those can be the same paths.
Like I
Oh,
said, not a Boy
this is a
Scout.
dangerous path we walk, my friend.
But hopefully a delightful one. Are you in?
Small aside, why do I grow increasingly more terrified of Snozboop each episode?
You should be.
I feel like Snozboop is a total like is gonna just gleefully sign over something horrible someday.
That's presuming he hasn't already.
Oh no. Alright, well, sure. Let's go make friends with somebody.
Excellent. Very good.
Big Tin, would you like to accompany me?
Okay.
Very good.
Alright.
So
go
Snozboop is
make
going
friends.
to approach the front door of this inn.
It is barricaded
Slowly.
from the inside, and there is no way Big Tin's fitting through it.
Cool. So I wasn't trying to go through it. I was just trying to wave to whoever's inside. Hello. I'm Snozboop. Is anyone there?
Calling out to the door.
I'm gonna start looking for another way in.
Okay, yeah. There's very cleanly many other ways in. Windows, a back door as well. Depending on how you want to go about it. The
Teffy's
windows.
just gonna knock on the front door.
So nice
No,
knock
just
on the
check out
front
this
door from
back door.
Teffy.
I'm
Kevin-
gonna get on the roof. That way
Going
I'm
on
out of
the roof?
sight
Okay.
while these idiots walk around on the ground floor,
Easy
knocking
enough
on
with your-
windows and doors.
With your easy enough to do with your grappling hook. The windows on the other floors, they are not big enough to fit you. They are like that big. They're just small windows made for basic sunlight to come in. The only ways into this building is actually through the front door and the back door. No other entrance is big enough to fit another person.
Then I'm gonna wait on the roof until everyone is inside and distracting them, and then I'm gonna make my way in.
Okay, perfect. Knocking on the front door, though. And Zora, if you want to do the whole helping with the intimidation, you're going to want to be with Schnorsboop, not checking out the back door. Otherwise, it's
Okay.
kind of counteractive to what you're trying to do.
Saying Schnozboop isn't intimidating.
No, he's not at all. He's persuasive. I don't think he's intimidating. Yet.
He's very convincing.
With
I'm
the knock and the call out, though, it is enough to hear a bustling of stuff on the inside being moved around. You hear the shifting of furniture being moved away from the front of the door. And you can see through the small little windows and entrances a couple of people moving around inside. Then there's a bunch of locks getting undone. The door handle twists, opens up, small amount. Still a little chain going from the top to a part of the wall. And this monkey-like feature of a face pop out. Just in the small crack of the door coming out, you can just see part of his face. What do you want?
Hello, I'm Snozboop of the Three Watchers Guild. Firstly, I was hoping to stay here for the evening. Secondly,
Door
I
shuts.
also had some questions.
Opens up. Questions regarding what?
This misunderstanding with the caravan.
Slams the door in your face.
That is not a very good response for a possible business.
You hear a lot of screaming on the inside. I mean, it kind of sounds like... And then the door opens up again. Only this time to a different individual. They look identical in facial features, but their clothes are different. This one's wearing green instead of purple. Even though the clothes design are identical. It's just the colorations that are different. Opens up the door and... Sorry about brother. He is moody right now. Eek is angry at loss of goods. Please, come in. Come in.
Oh, thank you so much. Is Big Ten able to come in?
No.
The doors open.
It's nowhere near big enough.
Can he put his head through the door?
It's a tight fit.
Sure.
Okay. Well, Smazboop will say, I do apologize, but given the misunderstanding and the possible stain upon the outlook of your business, would you mind having this discussion out here?
Yes, I would mind terribly. Conversation happens, doorframe or inside. We don't walk out. Not while they are there.
Well, this isn't a bad spot, right?
Yes. Is this spot all right to use you right there and we right here?
Seemingly.
Very good. First off, my name is Snozboop, as I mentioned, and you are?
I'm Ak.
Very good. Nice to meet you, Ark. And I understand you're the proprietor of this inn, yes?
A proprietor.
And the others?
You met Eek. Ook is seeing to new carriage and horse inside stable. Ike is food. Kitchen. Cooking.
Very good. So there are 4 of you.
Yes?
Excellent, excellent. And so your understanding of the events of the evening is that some goods of yours were stolen. Is that correct?
Quite few, yes.
Which items were stolen?
Food, supplies, vegetables, mostly.
Just food?
Pan for cooking, gone. Chair for sitting, gone. Candles for lighting, gone.
They're all
And-
strange items.
Symbol for deity, gone. Made of gold.
Which deity?
Oh, Alia.
I'm sorry to hear that. Do you know around a time frame when those items went missing?
No time frame. Building locked. We didn't see point in keeping guard for anything, because there never really is. Then again, we never had people like them come to our establishment and steal goods from us.
And when you woke up, was a door unlocked? Did you see a point of entry?
Everything locked.
So if everything was locked, why do you think the caravan stole something?
Who else? They came, things go missing. It's not stall keepers, they've been here for full lines. We know they're
Well, that is to say, unless you think these individuals can go through walls.
We don't know what they can do or can't do.
Mm-hmm.
We know they show up, things go missing. It's them.
I see. Are you aware of any magic users in the area?
Oh, yes. Magic user, myself.
Oh, really? What
Right.
sort?
Protective.
Very interesting.
I don't like harming things.
Well
But I enjoy
said.
protecting.
I understand that completely. I myself
Protect.
am a messenger of peace, and I abhor violence. So I too am of the protective sort. Do any of your are they your brothers?
Yes.
Do any of your brothers are they users?
No.
Very good. Very good.
Sochi, over there. He's pointing at the middle stall keeper, the female human. She arcanist too.
Oh, really? Of what sort?
Clothes.
What do you mean by that?
Enchant clothes.
Ah, very interesting.
Very good.
Hmm.
Helped make difference between brothers.
Ah, that is very useful.
And Carnus. Guild guard. Trust him. Been through many times. He's magic user too.
Very good. Very interesting. Thank you for all that information. I'm trying to draw this out.
I sent you a message, Murray, at the very beginning of this.
Let's see. Okay, give me a
Stealth and sleight of hand.
just a stealth. Just a stealth here. For getting down to the back door.
Oh, let me look at what my stealth is. 1 second, guys. That is a 27.
Okay, 27, perfect. You definitely avoided the gaze of the guy inside the stable. Now sleight of hand, because the door's locked. Do you have lockpick set?
Yes.
You should do. Because yeah, cool.
Thieves'
Cool, good.
tools, son.
Thieves' tools. Thieves' tools, son.
Okay, where's my sleight of hand? That's gonna be a 16.
16. You put in your little devices, and little tinkering, finally hear the click. The door unlocks. You open it. And about this point would be when Ark stops. Goes, excuse me. Slams the door shut on your face in the front. And then as you're entering, Caleb, 3 of these things are right in front of you, and the one inside the stable shows up behind you. And one of them is screaming at a language you don't understand, and then finally gets a little calmed down as one of them goes, go away, or we eat you.
Okay, all that Caleb is going to do is take a quick, look over their shoulders and, around. And then I'm gonna say, we'll figure out who sold the items. And then I'm just gonna shut the door.
When you're doing your little look around, it's a general kitchen-esque area on the back door. But you also see a little inscribe into the door frame. There's an alarm spell on this door. When you opened it up, one of them was alarmed and told that the door was just opened by someone who's not allowed in. Presumably, the only people allowed in are the Hidozis, or the 4 brothers. The way the alarm spell works is you can set it up and allow certain people to go through without triggering it. If people go through or trigger it who are not allowed, then it blares like a siren's in the person's head.
Okay. I got good information out of that, actually.
Yeah, you did. But as you shut the door, the one behind, who's still very wide-eyed, kind of takes a couple of steps back from you. No stable either. Same thing. And he starts walking back to the stable.
As he walks by, I'm gonna say, so, an alarm spell, and none of you woke up.
He keeps going.
When the doors was closed, Snozboop will return to, we'll say, the road area, not near the door.
Okay.
And wait.
Were you going after that incident, Caleb?
That is a good question. I don't know. I'm gonna do stuff by myself for a little while. I'm going to check out the surrounding area and see if I can find an encampment for a third party.
Okay, give me for a third party. I'm gonna make that a survival.
For someone
check.
who's someone who's like camping, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
a thief
yeah.
who might be following this caravan or
like footprints on the ground or something like that. So survival on that.
Oh, the only nat 20 of the night to a total of 23.
Total of 23. 23 survival. We'll get back to that in a second here. You wait for a second, Schnozzboop and everyone else on the by the road. The door opens up again to a smiling face and says, "Sorry, intruder and back. Alarm went off. Had to handle."
No problem. This Snozzboop will return to the door area, and say, if there is an alarm on your door, is that new, or did it just not go off last night?
Always there. Came with building. Front and back.
Interesting.
Just doors, though. No need for windows. Too small.
So, an individual came into your inn, did not set off the alarms or break the doors, stole the items without you knowing, and removed them from the premises also without triggering the alarms. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Interesting.
Snozzboop, can I share with you my thoughts?
Yes,
Privately?
Go ahead, Zara. Yes, I'll be right back.
Okay.
And he walks over to speak with Zara.
Snozzboop, it sounds to me like there might be a situation of the current residents not liking this new caravan, so they may have framed the caravan into stealing their things. How do we know these things are even missing? They could have been moved, like you said. If their alarm system is so intricate, how was it stolen in the first place?
It does seem, if possible, at this point, I would like to roll, I guess, insight again, to see, just mulling over what Ark told me, sift through to see if there's any deception involved.
Okay. Yeah. Give me an insight check.
20.
20.
Hey!
Was it natural?
No, dirty.
No, artificial. Dirty 20. He was telling the truth. I mean, they genuinely did have some goods stolen from what you can tell, and have nothing other than to lead them to believe that it was the caravan that did it. And he was also telling the truth that none of his alarms went off.
Interesting.
I feel like one of the brothers might be lying.
It seems as though Ark at least is telling the truth.
Yeah, to his point, that would be Ark's opinion only that you were reading into on that.
So
I think we should talk to some of the other brothers.
That might be difficult, seemingly.
Yes.
Another thought, to go back to your first point, though. If there is a fiend in the area, perhaps that being is able to go through walls.
Possibly.
What do you know about fiends?
What do I know about fiends?
Next to nothing. Fiend is a
I would
foreign
imagine.
concept until fairly recently. Until the tiefling outburst, fiends didn't really exist. Anything about them was all
assume-
rumor.
Snozzboop also has very limited.
You would have the same information that Zara would have, which is the fiends were myth. They were a child's tale. They were nothing. They were the thing that you would tell your children about at sleep to scare them to sleep, because that's effective. It's not. It's really not. They were the boogeyman. Something you avoid with all costs. And then the tiefling burst happened. The big ol' energy wave emanating from somewhere inside Nathriel, causing all births from a 9-month time frame to turn out to be tieflings. For everyone inside the audience, that was their fault. Campaign 1.
Oops.
Oops,
What?
indeed. Yeah, you all did that.
What did we do to cause that? Just curious, since it's past
I've
history.
already said it like 3 times. You didn't get involved
Was
inside
it
the
which?
Battle of Nutra, causing the king to go through drastic measures and have to release a kind of a stopping of the opening of the portal, whatever the people were trying to do, which ended up in a
And
worldwide
that's not our fault.
effect. That's your fault.
That
That's your
is,
fault.
you
didn't
can't
get
blame
involved. It's
us
your fault.
for somebody else dropping the nuke.
I absolutely
okay?
can.
That's not
It was
our
you
fault.
who were the ones who dropped the ball. It's your fault. But
dropped
that's
the
why we
ball,
called
they
you the
dropped the nuke.
consequences, because so many things happened.
Well, it seems as though Caleb's endeavor did not work. This leads me to believe that one of 2 things, or possibly both things. There is a third party, as you mentioned before. Zara, potentially a fiend that goes right through the walls. Or it was in fact the innkeepers who stole the items from the caravan. It does not seem as though the caravan has the ability to steal from the inn without knowing.
Well, they say the simplest answer is often the most true. What if one of the brothers was trying to steal from the other? Blamed it on the caravan.
Possible, based upon their unity of motion. Seems unlikely, but possible.
One could grow tired of that same life every day. Who knows?
Yes. Well, I think it perhaps is easiest if we stay the night and have a look around, perhaps.
Sounds good.
Moving around
Where
to
will we keep Big Tin?
Caleb, while you're thinking and talking about all that stuff. Your investigation, your look around, survival more being trying to track who might have been around the areas. You do see the vague footprints of what you would put to be Ook, who's in the stalls right now, going back and forth between the back of the inn and the stalls consistently. But when you're looking at the building, examining those spots, kind of piecing together how might someone get inside this building without triggering that alarm spell, the windows, they're definitely too small for you to fit through. But one of them on the 3rd floor, the top window that you see, there's a small scuff mark that you almost missed. And then getting back up to that point, you can see the windows, they aren't alarmed like the door is. Just peering through it, there's nothing like that. And the one that you're in front of here, it's unlocked. When you look around at the bottom area where you might shimmy something into unlock, like it was crudely unlocked from the outside. There was little damages done to the wood frame of it, and there's a small little chip that's fresh because the wood's still not weathered from where this chip from the wood frame came from. Looking down again, though, at the ground, the only footprints you see are of whatever race these 4 proprietors are on the outside. But you get enough to be able to cleanly use and deduce that they used the window as an entry.
Okay. Is there anyone in the caravan that was small enough to fit through this?
No. They were all too big.
Okay.
Smallest people would probably be the dwarves or the goblins, and the goblins are more rounded. They're too big for even these windows.
Thick boys.
Thick boys.
Okay, staying on the roof right there, I'm going to watch the brother that's in the stables.
Okay. You can see his lips moving when you try to read it. It's a language you don't know. He's talking to Phyllis. Petting, grooming, taking care of the horse. The carriage is already stationed out in its own little spot, and you can see there's a line around it of some kind. It's
Okay. I couldn't find any footprints. It had to be small enough. Yep, I'm gonna go rejoin the group and tell them about the break-in through the window.
Snotspoop is going to be keeping an eye out for Caleb. If he sees him coming, he's going to try his best to subtly wave him off.
Okay. Do I
Can you
notice
sleight of
this?
hand? Oh, you notice it because your passive perception is
Yeah,
ridiculously
that's
high.
true.
But you're actually it's kind of dependent on what Snorspoop does for sleight of hand. Are we having a
7.
prologue situation? We are. It's not very subtle, but he does wave you off.
Okay. I'm going to, when I see that, I'm going to quickly reach down, because this is something I can do that I always forget about. Hey,
Hey.
artificers. I'm just going to pick up a rock, and I'm going to whisper a 6-second long No, it's not going to be a rock. I'm going to reach into my pocket because it's not magical. I'm going to reach into my pocket, grab a device, record a message, and then make sure that Teffy gets it. And it's just going to say, let me switch over to the voice mod.
Somebody broke in upstairs, top window. No footprints, no tracks anywhere. Thinking it's one of the brothers.
Teffy's gonna just kind of nod while she's listening, and then just kind of nod with confirmation afterwards.
The device in your hand is like this, like scrap metal looking. It would be a like makeshift like tape recorder almost.
Yeah. When he chucked it over to you, even like a little piece of it chipped off.
Yeah, exactly.
It is makeshift. It's jerry-rigged to no end.
So Snotspoop at that point is headed towards the inn to get a room.
Okay. Nice knock, knock, knock again, and the same one with the green outfit opens the door just barely. Oh, hello. Opens it more so. More questions?
Oh, no, I think we're prepared to get a room or two
Oh,
in your establishment.
okay.
Screams.
We have one room available. Other 2 taken out. Other 3
Very-
taken out. Why did I say 2?
Lead the way, please.
All right.
He opens the door more, and when you start coming in, he looks back at,
Like, that can't come in. That
Where will
needs
Big
to
Tin
stay
stay?
in. Outside. We have stalls open if you would like to house your device.
Big Tin is not a device. I do not think he would appreciate being described as such.
Do we have
Oh.
any stable room? A nice
Yes.
one?
Well, nice for horses.
We have one that's clean
They're always clean.
by people standards?
Yes.
Can we get one that's clean?
Yes.
I'll toss you 1 gold piece.
Whoa.
Lovely. Thank you.
Make
Holds
sure
his hand out
it would
to
be
you.
good enough for a person to stay in.
He slips that gold piece into a pocket, turns around, like,
The single room for party members. 2 copper each, whoever's staying in.
Snozboop will give him 6 copper.
3 people. Very good.
Wait, who's
do you-
not staying in a room? Oh, okay.
And then Snozboop will say, "Do you happen to have a receipt?"
I can write you one, yes.
That would
Slips
be
the
great.
copper
Thank
into his pocket, and while he's ushers you all in to follow after, he closes the door, and you can see the amount of locks on the other side. He starts locking half of them.
Precautions. Violent people outside. Want us dead.
He starts walking towards the staircase. On the inside, there are 4 tables rounded with 4 chairs around each. You can hear what sounds to be 2 individuals screaming at each other from another room on the other side. Just constant coming from it. And he's
Don't mind them. They're always like that.
he starts climbing up the stairs.
You are going to be on the 3rd floor, room on the left. And receipt.
He holds his hand back without looking at you. There's a small little piece of paper on the inside of it. Oh, in between 2 fingers, that is.
Well, thank you.
You have a receipt from Mountains Peak Inn. Take note of this, because if you forget to turn in a receipt, I'm not going to remember it.
10.
10-4. And that is for... He only wrote you a receipt for staying in the inn, not for the stable. So it's just your stay inside the inn that's written down on there, so the 6 copper on it.
That's all that Snozboop paid for.
Yep. And it takes you up
Did
to the...
Zara go in?
Zora did go in.
Before I go inside, I'll say to Big Tin, I have made arrangements for high quality lodgings for you with where the mayor is staying. Would you be so kind as to accept these lodgings for this evening?
Are you staying there?
I'll be close enough.
Visually?
If you squint hard enough, I'm sure you could see something.
Rooms on west side, stables on east. No windows. Can't see.
You leave sight, I no longer protect.
We will accept this for the evening, yes?
Okay.
All right.
Want to go to the room?
The room, the staircase, being fairly narrow. Teffy, you would be the one having issues with this, maybe, out of anyone walking through. They are probably just a couple of inches away from your shoulders. It's very narrow staircase. The stairs themselves are maybe about half a foot each. They're quite tall. Taller than normal. No? Half a foot is normal. They're 8 inches each. If you're... actually, Teffy, I want to ask for a dexterity saving throw from you.
Ooh,
'Cause
she is gonna
pieces-
fall down.
Pieces of your backstory have made this pertinent, yeah.
Wait, do the stairs not have the risers between? If so,
The
she's
stairs
not
are-
going to go up the stairs.
The stairs are taller than usual. So your typical staircase might be about 6 inches per step. Because you have distancing problems and size problems, a 2-inch increase is going to cause you to trip, potentially.
Yeah, and you said a dex?
Dex, yeah.
Okay, that is gonna be, 6.
6?
She stubs all of her toes.
You all start climbing up the stairs, and then you hear this and look behind you and see that Teffy has fallen flat on her face on the stairs.
Oh no.
Oh, Teffy,
That looked uncomfortable.
let me help you up.
Teffy's gonna, like, push herself up, kind of dust and shake herself off, and then glare at the stairs.
Would you like to hold my hand? I can assist you with the steps.
I don't think that'll be necessary, but thank you kindly. And then she focuses all of her mental energy on making sure she doesn't fall down the stairs again.
One step at a time, you're able to eventually deduce these steps are taller than what you're used to, so you have to be very careful about stepping up them and going down them. Because it's going to be an extra 2 inches of space you're not used to having to cover with your foot before you put it down. You get to the 3rd floor, though, and it really is tight. There's only 4 rooms in this inn. 2 on the 2nd floor, 2 on the 3rd floor. And we're using American Standard for most people, by the way. Otherwise, I would be calling this the 2nd floor, not the 3rd floor. You get up there, and the room on the left, sure enough, it's a little extruded out of the main building itself, and it's going to be a tight pack for 3 people. There's only 2 beds, and maybe 3 feet in between the 2 beds. And a small little window in between the middle. Little nightstand separating the 2 beds as well, and that's it. Door opens up with that 3-foot space. The beds are long enough for the entire room. And you've got this small little space of free space in between them. To give you more context as well, if Zora were to lay down flat between these 2 beds, the door would be opening up on her feet. Very small room.
Here you are.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. If you need anything else, let me know. Eek will scream at you, Ike will run from you, and Ook will just remain quiet. I'm the talker.
If I need some supplies from our wagon, what is the best way to get them?
Ask Ook, he will grab and bring. If you want
Very
to
good.
company, you can, understandable. But please don't go to stable without first alerting Ook. If
Can
you do
I
go before
request of
alerting
you?
Ook, then I will know.
Can I just request of you? There are rations in our wagon. Could you perhaps bring us one for each of us?
Oh, no. As long as you stay, food is included. Supper is being prepared right now because you purchased. You can take it anywhere you like.
Delightful. Thank you.
Breakfast will be provided between the hours of 7 and 8. Outside of that, you forfeit your breakfast meal.
Understood.
It's like a normal hotel, people.
Ugh.
Very good. Well, I'll
Hey,
see
take a
you
wedge.
soon, I'm sure.
Yes. Become acquainted and accustomed.
And then he turns
Snosum's
around.
going to close the door.
Yeah. Starts walking down the stairs.
Snosmoop is going to whisper to Teffy and say, "What was that Kellogg gave you?"
Some sort of voice thing. Teffy doesn't know enough about technology to know what it is,
Did it
but
say
she's going
something?
she's going to press the play button and relay. Wait, can it play the thing more than once, or does it like clear out?
So, You pull it out of your pocket, and you realize there is no play button. It's been playing this whole time, and it just keeps repeating itself until Caleb tells it to stop. So when you pull it out, it is quiet enough to where you had to hold it up to your ear to be able to hear. So handing it to Schnorz, you get it halfway through the message, and then it has to cycle through again, and you get the rest of the message. But it does keep repeating itself. Quite literally until Caleb tells it to stop. That's how the artificer thing works on that. I love artificers, they're great. You're
Small
muted.
side.
Magical tinkering, yeah.
In this
There's a
version,
fly in
though,
my
I just know
water.
where the button is.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Snozzles is going to go to the window.
Caleb's already there.
Face just portioned right there with those mountain peaks in the background. The sun at this point has gone past the mountains, so you're getting into a dusky, darker time frame.
Snozzboop will use the message cantrip. So it's even quieter. Also, I'm not sure how thick this window is. And say, I spoke to the proprietor. One of them spoke to Arkham. He seems truthful. And he does believe that items were stolen. What is your assessment?
Very quickly, DM, is this the window that was broken into?
No, this is on the other side. So the window that was broken into was on the east side, closer to the stables. This one is on the west side.
Then, through message, let me switch over.
Well, I've given it some thought. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Why would one of the brothers steal a religious artifact? Sell it to who?
I do plan to investigate further inside the inn, but I'm thinking there is a third party, as Zara first suggested.
And it also doesn't make any sense that a brother would break in through this window if the alarms don't affect any of them.
Yeah.
Not to
Rude.
mention Caleb, you would definitely know they won't be able to fit through those windows.
Oh, I thought you said that they. Sorry. I thought you
No,
said...
they can't.
Oh.
They're too big. There's nothing in the proximity or area that could fit through one of these windows. But something did very cleanly
Oh
and
no,
clearly
Big
to
Tim
you.
could.
Yeah, if you try hard enough, but it wouldn't be a window at the end. It would be a hole in a building. But there was clear signs that someone broke in through a window. But thinking about it, there's
Any hole a
nothing that
cat
would
can
fit.
fit its whiskers through, it can get through.
For you, there wouldn't be a hole though. It wouldn't be a window anymore.
Snozzboop will say to Caleb, I think perhaps you should look for a third party that is possible. Remember, Zara said there was a fiend presence. Perhaps that is to blame. I do not know. I think, and I will investigate the inside in to cross that off the list.
Okay. I'll start looking. Maybe go question some other people.
Very good, very good. And then I'm not sure how that works. Let me just verify before I do this. How long does my inspiration last for?
A minute.
Oh, is that all?
That's it.
That's very disappointing.
sure.
Not gonna do it then. No, it says for 10 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes. There we go. I missed the zero.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nice. Well, in that case, through the message, you will hear. Do you believe in friendship? And you're inspired for 10 minutes.
Reluctantly
I'm going to turn around
inspired.
and start investigating.
Okay.
Because I would know, very quickly, sorry, I would know
Yeah,
that
go for it.
pass without a trace is a thing, right?
Yes. Yeah, you would know that.
Okay.
You would be aware of it.
And
You would mainly be aware of it through little devices that were created in Zalem. It's more the arcane focus of the Gruntina Senate is more through Arctech than it is through Arcanism. Is that a word? We're making it a word. Arcanism itself. Balashtar here is a little mix between the two. Almost a clean mix between the two. Where Schnoz and Teffy are from, it's much more arcane focused and less technological focused.
okay, so since I know that, what's the effective range on those devices? Like, when would that person have had to turn them on?
Depends on how rich you are. The general, from what you can tell in your surrounding area, the general income, like, you would want to do it maybe before a minute before you get there. You wouldn't want to have it on for too long. But
And how long do they last?
They last 10 minutes. No, an hour.
10 minutes.
Is it an hour?
An hour.
Normal pass without a trace spell. Let me check that. That's Trave. Oh wow, D&D Beyond apparently made itself think correctly. An hour. Good job. Yeah.
So, I am going to make the assumption that this thief would not have stolen the caravan's goods and then tried to break into a house to then be caught with even more stolen goods. He would have broken into this house first, because that was like the biggest hurdle that he had to get through. So, I am going to pick a general area and a general distance that it would be a minute of running to a building, I assume. You know, not like, well, moving in quietly enough not to get caught by anything. And I'm just gonna start searching for evidence.
Okay, that's what you're doing.
Yep.
Schnoz, Teffy, Zora, Big Tin. General frame of what you would like to do. Don't get into what you're doing just yet. We're setting up for a break.
Oh, I have a very specific thing I'm going to do. Well,
what would you like
Teffy,
to have it lead into, basically?
Yeah, Teffy Zora. I have a plan to investigate the inn in specific. I think it would be best if you act as normal. Go to dinner. If questions say I'm just staying in my room. For all you know, I will be in the room. But keep eyes and ears open for anything amiss. Well, very good. Well, why don't you run along downstairs, and I'll see you after.
I will run along.
Teffy will walk down the stairs. I'm assuming the building is old, so you can hear me you can hear the floorboards creak, but like very slowly, as I'm clearly taking it, like both feet on one step, both feet on the next step down, both feet on, and then on the very last one I do fall down again. But then she goes to dinner and inquires about stew.
Okay. Big Tin being left outside. You do have one of them, the one that was scared of you, and still is very obviously scared of you. Approach cautiously.
Am I in the stable?
Not yet.
Okay.
So Zora and Snorspoop didn't point to the direction of where it is. Where would you like to be?
Oh boy.
I'm just standing still for the moment. I have no direction at the moment.
Yeah. That's but presumed, but good to clarify. You do get one of them coming up. I'm supposed to take you to stable.
Okay.
Oh,
You don't normally talk, right?
I normally talk.
Okay. Follow me.
Following.
Walking sideways, keeping an eye perpetually on you.
I'll follow. I'll walk sideways.
He puts his head sideways a little bit.
Turn my head sideways a little bit.
You're not like Device. You
Okay.
you behave. No direct term of common.
You understand
Ooh.
this.
Yeah, right now I'm not bonded.
You're not bonded. You understand this. I will translate very directly then,
Yeah.
as he starts speaking his native tongue.
Do you have a mind about you? Devices don't have minds about them. They struggle.
I think I know what's going on. I understand.
Devices
Seeing
don't.
as how I just responded to him in his own language.
Which is very strange to see just the mouth kind of open and that language come out.
Come
of
out.
Big Tin.
You understand too. Well, yes, stable, good. We talk?
Sure.
He's a lot more relaxed now. And there's almost an air and a feeling of peace coming from this one. And when he walks into the stable with you, almost all the horses and mares, like, they poke their head out and nudge at him, and he just very carefully and lovingly caresses their cheek and gives them a pet, comforts them as they see a terrifying device such as yourself come in. Very clearly the animal handler of the four of them.
Mm-hmm.
And he shows you to what looks to be very freshly and very cleaned stable area with fresh hay put in places.
I didn't know what kind of comfort you needed, so I did normal animal comforts. Do you need more?
No.
Okay.
He hops up on one of the railings and sits down, tail flicking on the other side, feet kicking on one portion of it.
So, where are you from?
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
No, I mean, I don't remember.
Oh, you don't.
I'm
Trillic
trying to-
Union would be the best you've
Yeah,
got, really.
Chronicles Union, yeah. This is the place where I woke up, so yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And he'll start going through general conversation with you,
Yeah, that's fine.
asking simple questions, which
Simple answers.
we'll up you more when we get back from our break. But now
Yep.
that we've got everyone set up and what they're doing, split party. My body loves doing this. They always do this to me. We're going to take a 15 now. Everyone enjoy your little breakies. Don't forget to do that wonderful liking, following, and subscribing, especially if you have that Amazon Prime free subscription. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps us a lot. Technically does cost you something, but that's from Amazon. And giving it to you for free. Why not? All that lovely stuff. Check out our merch. We've got everyone on
Yes.
t-shirts now. Yay, and stickers. We'll be back in 15 though. Enjoy.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 to the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody.
Fine
All
store.
campaign, all I wanted was to pass wisdom saving throws, and I never do.
Even with advantage?
I have advantage. I have plus. All my feats almost have all been going into that direction. No.
Oh, that's awesome.
Consent is always important.
Agreed.
You're next.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
Attack first. Think never. Hey, folks.
You feel a definite pulse of magical energy as you shake his hand.
You just made a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Roll a will save.
There's more up there? We have to... I fucking hate this level.
We could have been playing Valheim.
Dog, dog, dog. Save me, save me. Where are you? Get in front of me. Get in front of me. Get in front of me.
I'm coming. I was marking the cave.
Dogs. Stamina. Ah. Get the dog. Help.
Hello, folks.
There. Apparently, I can't remember your name at all.
Who's Ingrid?
You.
You.
Me? Oh.
Yes, because I can't think. Wow. Why am I having such a hard freaking time with names today?
You called me Murphy twice before
Yeah.
we even started.
Shut up, Melvin. I'm working here.
Alrighty, naked. That's a good drawing, right?
Damn right, Zach, that's
Really
good.
good. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
Thank you.
Wow.
With someone. Wait, you just said they had a book.
That being
Yes.
said, we will.
Yes.
And then you emphasized that there is a book.
Holy! Way to catch on to that like a minute and a half late. There's books, there's diaries, there's maps.
Wait, there's a book? We have not been consistent with this at all, have we?
No.
I'm not even going to try and pronounce most of those. Wow.
Yeah, they had a sale on apostrophes that day.
Hello, everybody.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold.
Did you know back in the old days, in the medieval times, they used to put lanterns, hang lanterns out on front of horses to help them navigate during nighttime?
Oh.
It was the first recorded instance of satellite navigation.
I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
And burble as it came.
No!
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Oh
If you're only to be addressed as you as your own person, what do I do if there's like a whole bunch of y'all?
You may use titles as, I would say, the trolls. You may use the consequences if
Okay.
you would like.
So
You
y'all
may-
is off the table.
Y'all is an abomination.
A whole bunch of y'all.
Too late.
That's when you guys look over and see what once was Jitters descend slowly onto the ground, trampling towards you as its head from top to about past the sternum splits like that into a toothy maw that is its whole body.
Rawr.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love.
Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's booger time.
The show where we talk about movies.
He starts hopping on the way, and when you look back, there's Handor and Grace. Grace looking just frowning perpetually, and Handor just smiling ever so gracefully. And Finestorm, you see on their lips, Handor say, "You think they'll make it?" And Grace go, "Not a chance." we're back. Most of us, at least. That is okay. Though, split into 3 parties, seeing as Ben's not here right now, let's actually hop back into the BT little conversation that he's having with Ook. Ook, sitting on... what's it called? Railing? Could call it railing. The little divider in between some stalls. One of the horses brings up their head, rested on top, and he starts just absent-mindedly petting and speaking in his native tongue the whole time.
So, you know you're from the Trillic Union, but you don't know where exactly?
I described where I was turned on.
Marshlands. Very much like Trillic Union. I always found it to be too moist up there for me and my brothers. We woke up near location 2. It was Newark now. Previously Trillic. Never found place to stay or home. Have you had same issue?
Not looking for a home. I protect.
What do you protect?
At the moment, you.
Me? Why me?
You're here.
So you protect what's living nearby?
I protect the one who woke me up as they broke bond a few minutes ago. You're here. I protect you now.
Oh. Well, I have a few questions regarding that. First one, why me? I'm here now, yes, but there are other living creatures here.
Must be sentient.
Like you, then?
Yes, that feels right.
Feels right, yes. Okay, follow-up question then. The one you did protect before, how did they break the bond?
They knowingly went somewhere I could not follow, and they accepted that.
So not bad break then, it was just circumstantial.
Yeah.
Then could it not be that I break bond and you reform with other?
Yeah.
Oh. So a bond, when broken, can be reformed?
Feels right.
Why do you not just choose then?
Don't know. Following program.
Program. If you woke up in marshlands, we woke up in lab. I would not be familiar with the word if not for what we found. You are created for purpose, protecting.
Protection, yes.
You look like a device that is created for murder.
That is one way to protect.
That is a true statement. A disturbing one, but true.
you feel the need to protect the one you were bonded to. So you feel the need to protect me.
Yes.
So if he pulls out a dagger from the side of his, holds it up to his hand. If I did this and start sticking it into his hand,
I watch him.
you do not protect.
Your choice.
Little blood trickling down. There's a small...
I protect from harm, not your choice.
You are a protector.
Yes.
Not a predator.
What's a predator?
A predator... Maybe pertinent question. How long ago did you wake up?
Is it after midnight yet?
No. I think it's 18
So
sols
16.
now? 16.
Oh, 18?
I think it's
16.
18. Because it was
That's
14
it.
before
13
one day,
or
15 plus
14,
5, so 14. 18, yeah.
18. 18 solars.
18 solars. That explains a lot.
Still learning.
I've...
Very much, baby.
We've never encountered devices that speak, first off. There was no note of it either. Well, there was note of secret project, but we were never able to actually open those files. You are fashioned after things called steel predators. A predator is something that hunts a target, either through means of survival or means of direction. The steel predators are means of direction. They are told what to hunt, told what to find, and given means to be able to find them easily and quickly.
And this is
normal.
why everyone fears me.
Yes, this would be why everyone fears you. And for good reason, too. Gene wars very prevalent all over the place. You see when you're dead. But now, there's been 300 cycles of peace, so you see one, the person they're traveling with is rich. Very costly to have a steel predator with you. They're not so much predators these days, more for what means you are doing, protection, but it's protection from certain people. They stand around, and if person of interest comes in proximity, they activate. So it's not protection in the means of what you're protecting. It's protection in means of certain things. To put on preciseness, if I were to go and try to do something unseemly to an individual who had a steel predator around them, the predator would not find me a threat unless ordered, because I am not a threat towards individuals.
They don't choose.
They don't choose. They are told. You choose. You were not told to break the bond. You broke it and say it's programming. Sentients don't have programming. They have thought. And you, he hops down. It very cautiously, a little shaking still, reaches out and touches your shoulder where the guild symbol is. You have choice. I believe you have choice.
I have choice. Makes sense.
and you are
But there
guild
still
member.
must be one.
Then why not choose who?
What is choice based on?
For such a young sentience, that is a hard question to answer. My choice is based off of my preferences. I like being around animals. I like being around things that don't talk back. You are exception. That is my choice. I leave the running of the inn to my brothers. I handle the stables. That is my choice. It is my preference. It's what I want. A choice is based off of belief, what you believe. It's based off of wants, what you want. There are moral applications. Do you understand the term moral?
No.
Morals are beliefs that people follow and go down during their life. Some are perceived as good, some are perceived as bad. A bad moral usually sees the ill intent and destruction of other people. Not just their physicality, but their mentality, their wealth, what they have. Good morals see the uplifting of other people. Not just people, but communities and those around. Intent is in there as well. Intent plays hand in hand. The intent of, say, Carnus, the guard of the caravan, he intends good. He doesn't want destruction or death of any kind. He wants to watch and make sure we are all safe. That is what I would perceive to be a good moral. The dwarf, though, that's with them and yelling up a storm about my brothers and myself in hand, they want harm. They mean ill intent. That is what I would call a bad moral. To understand that concept, you need to experience life, though. You cannot teach morals easily. You can influence and guide, but I find sentience chooses the morals they follow during their time of being alive. You have a chance to decide for yourself what you follow, who you protect, and what you believe, and what your morals are.
This will take time.
Most difficult things in life take time. I must see to your companion's mare. She's very friendly. It's been traveling long, not fed enough apples according to her. I'll be in the stall if you need me or have any questions. But I will be, unfortunately, breaking that bond and going a place you cannot. When I do, there will be no one around to bond. What will you do?
I don't know yet.
Only time will tell. We have some at least. He turns and walks towards the entrance of the stall. Looks back at you and gives you a smile. Then walks over to the stall on the other side, where Phyllis, your mare, is.
For now, just keep an eye on him.
Okay.
As
Which you
he
can easily.
processes. Yep.
Let's move over to Teffy and Zara, who are coming down for some foods. The screaming in the
Doing
back
some
of the house
sneaky
is still
investigation.
happening. Yeah, it's still two people screaming at each other inside the kitchen. Ark is standing behind a small little stand near the entrance. As you come down and Teffy falls down with that. He turns and... Oh yes, hello. I trust you find your room comfortable?
Yes.
Good, good.
Cozy, I guess you could say.
All things tight and knit are cozy.
What do you got to eat around here?
Many things. Take seat, table, find your own. Plenty to share.
I guess we'll find a table where we can still, like, kind of hear things. Do an investigation check?
You could find an open table easily enough. I mean, there's only 4 tables and they're all empty. There's no one else inside here except the only person you can see is Ark. An investigation of what kind? What are you trying to find? What are you trying to look at?
I was just trying to find a table that would allow us to hear people, but it sounds like there's no one to hear.
Oh no, you can hear them throughout the entire building.
Okay.
The only
Well,
people
then
to hear are all screaming at each other in a language you don't understand. It'd be the same for you, Teffy. Fortunately, this is a language that's not on any of your sheets, except for Big Tin. And that's for reasons.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
I'm going to have a seat at the table that we have chosen, whichever one that is.
Maybe the
and
closest one to the kitchen. That'd make sense.
She's just going to kind of like rub her fingers on the tabletop, and just kind of cast a gaze around the room, just kind of eyeing what decor they have and what, if anything, can be determined from said decor.
Okay. I'll give you both investigation checks. Because you're investigating around the area.
Ooh, that's going to be a 19.
Ooh, that's a good roll.
It's a 17?
17, also a good roll. Teffy will notice a few of these things before you do, Zora, but you do notice quite a few things. First off, these tables aren't really used. They still look brand new. Even the chairs. Chairs having this nice, soft, cushiony portion to it. They don't look like they've been sat in that much. There's no wear and tear to any of it. The counter on the other side and the door frame to the inside of the kitchen, you can tell those are used quite frequently. I mean, there's a smudge mark where the hand usually goes to push the door open. Things you typically find in restaurants. It's disgusting, people. Restaurants are gross. They never clean the doors. Experience.
Sounds like.
Yeah. But the tables, not used. The other big thing you'll notice is where the fireplace is, the mantle over the top. There are certain arrangements of little trinkets around, and in the center, where you would expect to find something larger, there's nothing. Eventually, a little piece of parchment of some kind. It's got like this plasticky, smooth layer on the top of it. Is put on your table in front of you and in front of Teffy. Or in front of Zora, in front of Teffy. And it's a little list of foods. This is what you can order. We have normal house ale on tap, as well as wines and harder alcohols, should you choose. Is there any beverages I can get you started with today?
Get me an ale.
Okay.
This isn't technically a beverage, but I would like some water.
It is a liquid you drink. It is a beverage.
It is not by definition if you look it up.
I'm gonna look this up because I'm pretty sure that's
The
messed up.
definition of beverage is a cold drink, especially one that is not water. Water is not a beverage.
Especially one that is not
water.
water. Not that it is not water. You can still call water a beverage, though, by that
I
definition.
refuse to do so.
It includes it. Ah, that's fine. I will always include water as a beverage. Yeah, and especially this guy. Orc considers water a beverage. He brings you out a mug with water in it, and a mug with ale. After a few minutes. Have you decided on some food?
Yeah. Let's go with your house special.
Ah, yes. Profiterole squirrel meat. And for you?
What exactly is the stew made of?
That? Oh, the stew's made of... What are they called? I can't remember. I'll go with something else. The stew is
More
made of raccoon
squirrels.
meat.
Oh.
Teffy's going to be emotionally conflicted at this revelation and is going to say, all right, then how about just some roasted vegetables?
Yes, we can do that. We have quite a garden outside we harvest from. Everything here is either hand harvested or hunted by ourselves. I'll get right on that. And he goes back to the kitchen. A lot more screaming happens back there. For your whole dining experience, there is screaming the whole time. It never stops.
Oof.
That's probably why the tables are unused.
Maybe just a little bit. Eventually, though, you do get some really fine dining, actually. When you start eating it and the smell of it, the smell immediately makes you salivate. It smells delicious. When you start eating into it. Roasted vegetables have a tendency of being just typical flavoring of the vegetable, if just cooked or roasted. These have such strong, beautiful flavorings to them. It's probably some of the best roasted vegetables you've ever had, Teffy. As far as the squirrel meat goes, for you, Zara, how do they get it so moist? Wow, it's delicious.
Tastes like heaven.
Yep. Best squirrel meat you've ever had in your life.
Oh, dang. You got some cooking magic back there, maybe.
Cooking magic, maybe. Maybe. For the experience, though, is there anything you would like to look for in particular? Or are there any questions you might have for Ark?
I don't think so.
Can we hear anything besides screaming?
Pots and pans clinging around. At one point, you maybe hear the sound of a pot being thrown across the kitchen and then loudly clanging across the wall and then the ground.
Oh.
Probably the only pleasant experience of this is the food and the beverages that you're drinking. And the chairs, actually, they're very comfortable. It's like you're the only people who've ever sat in them.
Oh my gosh. Well, it doesn't seem like we gained much by eating dinner. Except dinner.
Potentially. Teffy, actually. I'll give you this little piece as well, because of where you're from, the Vesuth Republic being highly religious. That spot that you see with an empty nothingness above the mantelpiece, that's typically where you would see a holy relic, especially with a display that's around it, and there's no holy relic there. Not relic. Sign, symbol, emblem.
Okay, yeah. Okay. And they already said that it was for Alia, so that's pretty much all the information that I would need at this point. I think after dinner I'm just gonna hang out in the Screaming Loud room for a bit, try to read my ridiculous adventurous journal, and then just the noise will get to me and I shall return to the chambers for evening.
While you're all dining, before we actually even get to that kind of stuff, Schnoz, you said there were things you wanted to do while they were dying to possibly serve as a distraction. What's going on?
Okay. We're going to wait a couple of minutes after they exit the room. At that point, going to cast invisibility on myself.
Delicious.
And level 2, because that's as far as I can go. And then I'm going to sneak around the premises for an hour, trying to find any of the stolen items or evidence of them, and get back to the room before the hour's up.
Sure. Okay. Tell me the in-depth level of going about this. So the doors to the other rooms, they're all locked. Are you going into other rooms as well? Caleb did tell you that the room opposite of you was the one that was broken into. Are you trying to go into the storage? Are you going to go into the kitchen where the screaming voices are coming from?
Yes.
Yes.
So we'll start with the rooms. Start with rooms.
All right. I would like a sleight of hand check then from you. And do you have thieves' tools?
No.
No? Okay. You technically can't do any kind of lockpicking without thieves' tools. There is a backstory to you, though, that we did establish with Shaw, not Shaw, with Claw, that can permit me to give you the ability to do this. But I do have to increase the DC.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. So, 18.
18? That's what I increased it to. So, it's a little difficult. A little very, very difficult. When you pull out the devices you were using, one of them is it's a bit bent. Your forgery kit, you're going to need to replace one of the pieces on it after this. But you click this door open. And this is the one being right across from you. And you get inside, and it's very similar to what you've got. But there are a couple of items around on this one. Like someone's occupying the room. Give me how much time are you spending in the room? Difference between passive or difference between investigation and perception.
Boy. I mean, I think investigation. I'm going to take some time.
Okay, then it would be investigation, yeah.
Yeah. Because I assume if it's in their room, it's not just going to be sitting on the bed. Man, it's an 8.
An 8? It's obviously someone else's room. One of the beds is not made. Blankets are thrown off to the side, whatever it is. The window is unlocked. You can see, either through them unlocking it and opening the door, or opening it themselves. From what you heard from Caleb, that wouldn't make the most sense, though, because there were signs of someone intruding in on the outside through that window. Taking a little bit of a closer look around. No. It just looks like someone's living space. You can't tell if anything's missing or what's going on there.
There's no bags or luggage to search through.
There is a singular bag. When you open up inside there, you can see there's evidence to be enough that would show you that whoever occupies this room, you rolled an 8. I can't give you specifics. But you would know well enough that whoever occupies this room also runs a stall or is a merchant of some kind.
Cool.
There's like labels of
Well,
receipts.
once I figured that out, go into the next room.
Okay. The other 2 rooms you won't be able to do.
Okay.
Because your device is a little too hanky-danky on that one.
So we'll go check out all the areas that I can get into.
Okay. Give me a stealth check with advantage because you're invisible. Also, there's a lot of screaming, so the creaks of the ground and you won't be able to hear that much.
18.
18? Cool. I didn't make it inside the trader jar, but I've been rolling a few perceptions around here, and that die has been giving me 1s the whole night, so I'm bringing out a new one. That one gave me a 2 when I just rolled it. Yikes. Cool. You would... So you're getting around easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Give me an investigation check to go along with it.
17.
You'd get the same as Teffy. You would understand that missing piece right above the mantelpiece of the fireplace, that's what it's called. That is where a holy item would be, but it's not there. There's even like little smoke lining of the smoke being stopped from hitting the back wall. Like a light shadow, so to speak. Sneaking into the kitchen as Orc is going in and you just walking in behind very strategically. There are 2 other Hadozi in there. There's Orc, there's Eek, who you briefly saw beforehand, the one dressed in purple garbs instead of green, and there's one in yellow garbs. The one on the outside, Big Tin, he's dressed in brown garb. They're all screaming at each other, and as soon as Orc walks in there, he even joins in and starts screaming at them. Loud noises all over the place. Eek does eventually pick up a pan and chucks it. Hey, what's your AC?
Not high. 13.
13? Chucks it, and it just narrowly misses you. Whizzing by, slamming against something in the back. You dance forward a little bit to make sure that its bounce back doesn't slam into your back and showing off where you are. But they're screaming at each other, starting to cook up some vegetables. You see one of them pull out a squirrel from a bag and then rip the skin off and start preparing it for cooking. When you get into the storage space, without having known what's in there beforehand, it's really hard to tell if anything's been stolen.
Well, specifically looking for the things that I know were stolen, such as the ring, this relic symbol thing.
Like, yeah, none. Yeah, inside the room above, you didn't find the ring.
Healing potion. Okay.
There's no healing potions in that room either. It's this storage space. There's no supplies that look like they're out of place. There's no valuables that you can find either.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm not sure. Is there more to this inn?
With the roll that you did, there's nothing more. Nothing more to this inn. It is
Any more? Any more rooms?
No.
Okay.
This is a very. It's small. It's a skinny place. Like the rooms. You've got a 3-story building, yes, but it's skinny, and it's not very long.
Okay. So in that case, seems like I haven't been searching around for that long.
Sneaking around, you would probably be about 40 minutes at this point.
40 minutes at this point. When I'm in the kitchen or the storage room, do I see anything that I could use as a pick type device?
How? Yes. There are certain things you could use to jimmy stuff.
We're gonna pocket one.
Okay.
And then go back upstairs and try one of the other rooms.
Okay. Give me another sleight of hand check.
23.
23. It's a good device. I mean, you picked something else that works pretty well as the leverage and weight push for picking locks. It stays sturdy and doesn't bend, and you manage to pick the lock into this door. Also occupied. And with your investigation kind of carrying over, it also seems to be occupied by what would be a merchant. This one, though, has a female garb inside of it. Like more dresses, more other kind of stuff like that. But again, no ring. No missing relic.
Okay. All right. Head back to the room before spell wears off.
Perfect. Getting inside. It's a little bit before Zora and Teffy. Or Teffy comes back. Zora, after the meal is done, are you heading back as well?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. So then before Zora and Teffy come back, that being a whole hour though, Caleb, we'll move to you and what you've been doing.
Yo. Okay, first things first, I'm going to that one guy. I'll grab his name from the notebook. Thick Runner. Mr. Thick.
Mr. Thick.
Go to him. We're going to relay all the information we know. Explain that we don't think the innkeepers had anything to do with it. Because he's the one in charge of the
Yeah.
caravan, right? Yes, okay. I'm not confusing. Yeah. And explain that we don't think it was the four brothers that stole anything, that it was probably somebody else. Maybe could be one of the workers that work out of the stalls, but maybe not. It could just be someone who had been staking out the place for a while and took the opportunity to steal from the caravan as well. What else am I going to tell him? About the break-in, that there was a break-in at the inn, and that nobody in the caravan is small enough to fit through that entrance.
Workers in the stalls, there aren't any others. The only people who work here are the four brothers, the proprietors.
That was a me confusion, not a
I know,
confusion.
But we're all paying it.
Yeah,
We're all
okay,
paying it.
go ahead.
Let's put it in there.
Oh,
So
okay.
There's
confused about that.
It's a confusing place altogether. This inn appeared out of nowhere, overnight. It wasn't me who was on that journey, but a friend of mine was here a few cycles back, and then camped on the other side. Woke up to the inn being here. Confusing story. They don't tell anyone why. Break in on the third window. There's no easy way up there. That building looks difficult to climb.
And there's no footprints, no tracks, nothing. So, either the person used magic, which is possible, or they used a device.
A device? Speaking like a Grantina.
Well, we are on the edge
edge of the desert. We are close by, that actually is a good point. Well, if it's a third party, they're probably gone by now. Probably, but there's still a chance that they hung around, waiting to see if anybody else joined this caravan. Which means Big Tin being in the stables might dissuade them from stealing from us, but it doesn't mean it'll dissuade them from stealing from you. This is a fair point. Either way, you need to watch the doors. Make sure they don't do anything stupid. And also, make sure whoever is watching the camp is capable enough to stay awake. Warm Teeth is one of our finest watchers. It's the first time I've ever encountered him falling asleep. Then maybe you should watch. I do. Whatever was used on him. It was sleep, probably. This is what I would assume as well. Unfortunately, there's no way of telling after the fact. Exactly. I'll keep watch over the inn as much as I can, but I can't guarantee anything. The rest of my party is in there. I know my caravan. I've traveled with them for a while. None of them would do something like this, especially on a road that we travel frequently. We've stopped here every now and then, never had any issues with them. Now suddenly we do. I'm agreeing with your third party. It's a matter of persuading or swaying them and us. We'll do that in the morning, and we'll make sure to do it quickly. Don't have till the morning, friend. What I don't trust are the stall keepers. They weren't here last time I was here. They travel, they come and go. A few times ago, it was different people entirely. But they keep themselves outside of this mess, and that doesn't speak well to me. Then maybe you and I and Thyman. Thyman's more interested on getting his revenge, and unfortunately I cannot leave my post. They've been talking and saying as soon as I leave, they will do something. That's why I think we bring them with us. You try convincing an angry dwarf to move somewhere other than what they are now. Well, I am stubborn. Have you ever met a dwarf from the Grintinan Smiths?
I'm gonna just keep walking past them.
They set the standard for stubborn.
And I'm gonna go speak with the dwarves.
Go for it. Okay. They are sitting around eating a stew of some kind now, around their particular campfire.
Okay, well, okay. Well, I am just gonna walk up to them, and at first it's gonna be in Common, and then I may switch to Dwarvish at some point in time, so I'll let you know. But I'm gonna say, before you three go doing something rash, and either getting yourselves hurt or something, you should all know the information that there was a break-in at the inn. And no, nobody here could have done it. Because nobody here is small enough to do it, or has magic capable enough to do it. I think the theft of your ring, the health potion, and the supplies was just a bonus for this thief. I'm going now to speak with the stablemen. They're the only ones that have kept themselves out of this.
Stall.
And Thick Runner... What?
Stall, not stable. Stall.
Oh, stall people. Thick Runner is coming with me, if you three will join. We will question them, find out the information we can. But if nothing comes to light, the three of you need to understand that the innkeepers didn't have anything to do with it. They were stolen from as well. That we have proof of. Now will you join us?
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, that's a good persuasion, even for me. 18.
18? Okay.
You're also inspired.
You are also
Oh.
inspired. You do still have time on that.
What is that dice?
It's a d6.
I will use it.
Use it. Do it.
This is why I got it. Okay, so 21.
21? That's good. Okay. Galaham, he looks at the other two. The female Cadron, she looks at Thyman, who promptly looks at you with a frown and says, go yourself.
Oh, you messed it up. You hit it too early.
Nah, I didn't. That was perfectly timed. I don't know what you're talking about. The other guy, though, Galaham, looks up and like, nah, ease yourself, father, ease yourself. He stands up and puts his bowl of stew aside and if you think it's probably one of the store people, we haven't questioned them yet. I'll come with you. Father obviously won't. And he steps a little closer to you. Do you speak Elvish?
Yes.
Yes, he will say in
I speak
Elvish.
7 languages.
I know, it's disgusting. He will say to you in Elvish, it's best to leave Carnus where he is. As soon as he leaves, my father will attack the inn, no matter what. And his father, Thyme, in the background. What was that you just said, boy? You know I don't like it when you speak languages I don't understand. It's nothing, father. I was just asking and thanking him for the consideration. Go back to your stew.
Follow me.
He follows.
Yeah, we're gonna go to those stall people.
They're-
Stall people sounds like some sci-fi race. Stall people.
Merchants. I mean, they're all merchants. Yeah. They're kind of packing up a little bit. It doesn't look like they're packing up their stalls. It looks like they're putting things in place to safeguard what their stall looks like and what their stall has still inside, but they're putting all the major valuable goods into bags and kind of hanging out a little bit. The one to see you approaching, though, is the Dragonborn, who looks up and, decided to come back around. Realize that the innkeepers don't sell any goods of their own yet?
Not exactly, no. We
Then
came
what
to
do you
talk
do
to
here?
all of you.
The female looks up. You got us in good time then. We're just packing up to go back inside.
Bring everyone out. All of the merchants.
The three of them look at each other. These are all the merchants. What are you expecting? City standards? You're at a rest stop, boy. The fact that there are 3 of us here is even lucky for this place.
Is my dog barking up also tuned? Sorry.
I did hear the dog bark, and with the vibrate of the voice mod, that was funny.
It's like, whoa.
Alright. Since this is all of you, you're the only group of people here that we have a question about what happened last night. So we didn't know what you guys were doing. And if any of you saw anything.
Oh, I don't know about these two, but I was sleeping in my quarters, where I'm staying. 3rd floor on the right-hand side. You? 2nd floor, left-hand side. Was reading the book. For most of the night, at least. The last one just looks at you. 2nd floor, right-hand side, sleeping.
Ooh, inside on all 3.
Go for it. Yeah, 1 roll will do fine. 18? Okay. The half-elf, he looks to he sells like kind of leatherwork goods, like little leather pouches, leather armor, studded leather armor, other little leather goods. He looks like a hunter of some kind. He was telling the truth. I mean, he was sleeping. The female human, from what you can tell, telling the truth. Dragonborn, a lot harder to read.
Which one of them was closest to the window that was broken into?
The room that was broken into was the 3rd story on the right.
Okay. 1 second as my voice mod switches over. So you were the one sleeping in the room that was broken?
My room was broken into. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
I had no idea. Say, where are you from? Something about you's familiar.
Nowhere important.
So what everyone says, but usually their location is always important.
Probably isn't going to be any better, but 17 inside.
Yeah, still hard to read.
Okay. And I don't have that insight anymore, do I? That's a 1-use insight, correct?
For now.
For now.
I'll prompt you when you can make another one, though.
Hey. I'm gonna look down at my friend here, the dwarf that came with me, and I am going to say, 1 second. Oh my God, why is it taking so long? Oh no. Sorry.
You got this. I believe in you.
Do you have any questions for them?
Actually, I do have one. You... I didn't put those in the right place. Donkon. He points out there at the gold dragonborn. I saw you having a smoke outside in the front. It's right before I passed on the watch to Wormtooth, or Wormteeth. Yeah, Dragonborn can't smoke. It was late in the night. I woke up and wanted to have a smoke.
So you were out of your room at about the time that the break-in probably occurred.
Was that when the break-in occurred? I had no idea. No one's told us anything about this, and we've liked it that way.
Okay. Can I passively incite the other two's reaction to his statements?
You can. Remember, doing passive, it's general.
Yeah.
The general input you'd get to his statements is the half-elf doesn't care. It's like he's got no emotion towards either of these two. The female, though, there is a flinch of just something's off with it. Something's askew with that. Askew. There we go.
Okay. My eyes are going to shift directly to her. And I'm going to ask, is there anything you'd like to share with the class?
She brings up a leather skin to her mouth, and I can confirm that he came down the stairs very late at night. That's about it.
Well, since you're all... Hold on. I'm going to ask a question to the DM. Are these people employed by the innkeepers?
From what you can gather, given the information... Actually, no, you haven't gotten that information from Snowspeep yet. The problem is your understanding of the world as it works is very limited and difficult, because you have only ever been in Zellum your whole life. Then you've only really been outside of Zellum for about a Luna now. The consensus you would get, though, would be probably not. It's possible, seeing as these stalls look like they're permanent installations to the location, but the general wares and how they pack things up makes it look like they're not permanent to this location.
Then So the innkeepers, do they pay any of you? Or are you more independent?
They pay me. I bring general goods and supplies, like what you might need on a day-to-day basis traveling around, and clothing,
No, I meant
wear.
more permanent employment.
Aye, it's more like contracting. We get payments for staying here, but we don't have to for a long time frame. The other two, though, no. I don't think they do, at least.
They don't pay me. I'm just here for good measure. The half-elf speaks up. Nope.
I'm going to bring out my handy-dandy notebook, and I'm going to begin slowly, like, as
like
if
a proper
I'm,
investigator.
as if I'm pulling, like, trying to pull their time away from what they were doing, slowly go through my notes.
The half-elf starts packing up his things again. But Duncan and the female, they continue paying attention.
I'm just going to snap my book closed. And, look at all three of them. Good night. Hopefully nothing happens tonight.
Good night. It'll be entertaining if it does, but you're right, hopefully nothing does. The other two don't issue you a good night. The female human, she turns around at that and starts packing up her goods again. The only one who watches as you leave with your dwarf companion is Duncan, the gold dragonborn, with a smile on his face the whole time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk this guy back to the caravan.
I can
And
say a few things about that. We travel this road a lot. It's the third time I've stayed here. I know Sorchi. I've seen her before, several times. She's usually here, so close to the desert, having a tailor this nearby for desert garb if we're going into Grantinas. It's helpful, it's useful. She gets a lot of business because of that. She is, like she said, paid by the proprietors a small fee to stay here instead of travel around. The other two, though, I've never seen them before.
I'm just gonna keep silent for most of the walk.
You said there was a break-in in Dongon's room?
Appeared to be.
That doesn't make any sense. I suppose this is why you're the investigator and I'm not. I can't make any sense of this. He did come down when the moon was high. But I don't think he's a magic user. Or arcane.
There are a
He
couple
deals
of
in
options.
mundane goods.
Either he's working with someone who came and stole the goods from both the caravan and the inn, or he did notice the person and didn't much care to get them in trouble, so he looked the other way. Or the evidence of the break-in outside the window is just a distraction.
Prime suspect, then, eh?
Yeah, for now. But it doesn't matter much. As long as your father doesn't do anything stupid.
You cut out for the last bit there, but I think I understand what you mean.
I said, sorry, this is that time of night.
It is that time of night, yeah.
As long as your father doesn't do anything stupid, you and the rest of the caravan will be leaving in the so none of it matters.
You're right, you're right. Look, we won't be leaving in the morning if we don't have that ring. My father's adamant on that. But with what you've just told me, I'm fairly positive I can help Karnas in keeping him from doing anything stupid. You're right, it doesn't seem like the proprietors are the ones doing this, especially if they've lost something too. Our frustrations are led to the wrong people right now. I'll see if I can convince my father to do otherwise. Are you really from Grantina? Or are you and the Dragonborn seem to have familiarities? It's presumption.
From Zellum. Or as me knowing him. No. At least not that I remember. The group of people I was around didn't like me very much.
Sorry, I just threw something away. Sorry, everyone. It's a difficult place. I've never been. I've only ever heard. We're thankful. Well, we're thankful what comes out of it, but even my father can relate to the difficulties of growing up in a place that's not welcome to you.
Something like that. But you'd be surprised how quick word spreads across the desert. That's probably why he knows me.
Are you famous in Grantina?
For lack of a better word, yes.
Should I be asking for your autograph?
No, probably not.
Then I should be denying that I ever met you.
Yeah. Either way, if you need me, call for me. I'll be outside.
What's the name? I got Schnorr's boobs, but I didn't get anyone else's.
Caleb.
Caleb. Thank you, Caleb. And he offers up a hand.
I shake it.
It's not every day you find people of kind heart to actually give a damn.
Yeah, well, kind heart isn't the way I put it.
Have you ever heard the term, I wanted to say phrase, but I changed it to term, so instead I said trame.
Trame.
Have you ever heard the trame? Trame. You know what? Why not make it a thing? Have you ever heard the trame?
Have you ever heard the trame? Sorry.
Oh my gosh. The perception is in the eye of the beholder. I'm not talking about the beast, I'm talking about the beholder, the person who's seeing it.
They probably shouldn't have named those creatures that.
You know, I'm agreeing in that. Many-eyed balls. That sounds wrong too, though. In my eye right now, you've got a good heart. In your eye, maybe not. Maybe time will change that. I'll be calling you if I need you, Caleb.
I'm gonna go keep investigating. See if I can find any tracks. You know what I mean?
Cool.
Just see if I can find anything at all. And then I'm going back to on top of the roof of the inn.
Okay. Give me...
I'm doing it stealthily as well, so if you... I should do a stealth.
So I do want a stealth, yeah. If you're doing anything stealthily, give me stealth.
Okay.
For this one, though, I think your investigation would be enough for this. So give me an investigation check along with your stealth.
Okay, my stealth was the second nat 20 of the night. Boop, boop, boop,
Beautiful.
to a total of 28.
Gorgeous. No one
And
knows you
then-
even exist anymore. Your entire party forgot you were there.
Exactly. I was never born.
Snozzle
My
will not
investigation.
forget about you.
For
My
some reason, Snozzboop
investigation-
will always ring stories and tales of some
Tales.
random person who never existed.
Yep. 26.
26.
Investigation. 17 on the die.
It's late into the night at this point. It's getting much later. You look around. You don't find it.
Guess what I have?
What do you have?
Oh, well, I shouldn't because I'm sneaking. I'm sneaking. I'm not going to do it.
What do you have? Give me an excuse.
Okay.
Come on now.
No, I'm not going to use it. I have a mini lantern that I like. I would love to reflavor as like a little like
It's called a bullet eye. It's called a bullet eye lantern, which they do exist. But
I'm not going to use it. I'm sticking.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
While you're doing that, everyone else, you're inside the inn.
Yes.
Or Big Tin. Is there anything you would all like to do for the night?
Yes, do that very quickly because I can't hold it anymore.
Yeah, I also got to check something for you.
Snozzboop will attempt to message Caleb the information he found / didn't find anything. I also will tell Zara and Teffy when they come up from dinner.
Okay. We can,
As they're
before you
at
say
their
that, real quick, Tangerine, sorry to interrupt. Terrible apologies. It takes you a little bit to get the message across, but message is point. It's all point. Eventually you point in the right direction, and you do get it. So you're able to convey back to Altian, or Caleb, as he's referred to right now, what you learned, and he's able to refer back to you what he learned. so we can have the same information between parties. Apologies. Now,
Bless you.
Teffy, what was that? Bless you, by the way, as well.
So when Teffy and Zara return from dinner and get back into the room, since it is a small room and there are only 2 beds, Teffy will choose to sleep on the floor, but she is going to do so seated up with her back against the door. So if anyone tries to come in, she's immediately looking up, knives at the ready.
Awesome. Which was the big moon and which one's the small moon? Okay, cool. Carry on. Teffy's back is towards the door. The door cannot be opened right now unless Teffy feels the pressure of someone trying to push it. Caleb, Snorchboop did eventually find you with a message, so you do know what they learnt. And if you would like, you can communicate what you learnt back to them. You're muted.
And you
Yes.
Yes,
I was like, no. Yes, I am.
Sweet.
I also deliver.
With that point in mind,
Snozgoop will let the other 2 know the information received.
Magnificent. You all being back together inside the room. I'm keeping this out, actually. I'm not going to put it back. I don't know why I was trying to do that. If you're all inside the room, anything you'd like to do before the night starts to progress?
Do I still have all of my cards?
Yeah, you do.
Okay. Maybe I'll offer a nice pre-bed card game to the room.
That's a very interesting idea, Zara. I think I better go outside. And then Snozgoop will immediately leave and go out.
He is most certainly not the coolest guy.
Oh my gosh.
Teffy is going to be playing with one of her daggers, one of her knives. Is just going to kind of look up, grunt, and then look back down at her knife and just shake her head no.
Did I hear 2 of spades?
This is all RP.
2 of spades it is. Alright, let's see if you're the cool guy.
Or gal in this case, because the room is occupied by gals.
The cool person. Ooh, 10 of spades. Pretty cool.
Yeah,
Look
Teffy's
look
spade.
out.
That's pretty cool.
Snozgoop's going to walk around outside and just make sure that nothing's going to go down as far as violence-wise.
I think I heard a 5 of kings as he walked away.
Teffy playing with a knife on the inside, trying your damnedest
5
not
of
to
kings. What?
not to be paying attention to Zora just randomly calling out. Teffy, give me an insight check.
Is this also an ignoring check? If
No,
so,
it's not.
she succeeds. Oh.
No, it's not.
Where are my d20s? Oh my god. You said insight?
Insight, yep.
That is going to be a 9.
A 9? You're pretty socially inept by your backstory. There's very few people you've encountered with and you've talked to. Schnorzboop is probably, aside from What's-a-Facey, the person who you lost track of while you were growing up because they went a different path, started talking about marriages and getting married and all that wonderfulness. Jan, aside from Jan, Snozzboop's probably the closest friend you've got. Aside from your family, your father and mother, of course, as well. And the 2 stall owners, Khan and Martha?
Yeah. No, not Martha.
Bertha?
Martha's the old campaign. She, I don't remember her name.
The other 2, yeah. You know who I'm talking about, though.
One
We haven't
word
met them yet.
there.
But aside from those, Snozzboop's probably the closest you've got. Zora's behavior is maybe more a cry. A cry for a friend again. You had a tough upbringing with friends, but you chose that upbringing. Zara didn't. Gwen was the only friend Zara had. Gwen's dead.
I just feel bad about not playing my game now.
This is a desire and a need for kinship.
So I got all that with a 9.
Yeah, the DC
Dang,
was 8.
This isn't obvious.
It was 8. I had 8 as the DC. That's the lowest I can put DCs in my mind. And when there's a piece of information that I as a DM need to get across, I will put it as an 8. And this is something I need to get across. Zara has been through a very traumatic experience lately. And it should be obvious. It should be out there. So the DC needs to be low for it.
Okay.
And you've been traveling with Zora for a few solas now. So it should be a lot more apparent to Teffy as well. Because this wouldn't have been the first time you've experienced something like this. And Zora, if I'm ever at any point in this, speaking out of term, please by all means correct me.
I was wondering when we were going to address the traumatic state that Zara was in.
Given how everyone else has been behaving, I feel like this is the point where we should be. 3 days journey beforehand? Nah. But at this point, it's a one-on-one
Still in
situation
shock.
between you and Teffy. It makes sense too.
Okay. So Teffy will still be guarding the door, fidgeting with a knife. And then, without looking up from the knife that she is currently like tossing to herself, because it's very fun and cool, she will say, 3 of diamonds.
3 of diamonds. Ooh, Jack of diamonds. That's pretty good. And 3 of spades. Also good. Pretty
Well,
cool.
alright then. Cool.
Do you want to play a game?
What sort of game?
Would like a Go Fish type thing exist in this world?
Yeah, yeah.
Alright. We'll play Go Fish.
I don't know that game. I don't know that game.
Ouch.
No, truly, like Tangerine does not know this game.
You don't know that game. Oh.
Yes, you do.
I don't know that game.
Every 6-year-old.
No. Actually,
We played Snap. We didn't play Goldfish.
it might be called something
Is it the
different.
same game?
No, it might be. Describe Snap.
You
Snap
ask if
is where you
someone
just
else is...
take turns putting it down, and then if it's like 2 6s in a row, you smack your hand on it. You say Snap.
No.
That's war.
And then
So
you
that's
take all the
war.
cards
That's
away
the
from your opponent.
that's US equivalency is war. Goldfish is where you have 7 cards in your hand, and you ask the other person, "Do you have any 6s?" And if they have 6s, they have to hand you the card that they have
And
inside
then
their
you
hand.
put them, and then you put
You're
them down.
Fishing
Right,
for
those
cards.
the
Why?
double. You're
And if they
fishing
say
for
no,
cards.
you say go fish.
Yeah,
Well,
and then
What-
they draw
no,
from the deck.
Yeah. When they don't,
How
they
do you
say
win the
no,
game?
go fish.
You run out
By
of
losing
cards.
your hand.
Running out of cards, losing your hand, and then if you both run out of, if you like go through the deck, if neither one of
Okay.
you can lose all 7 of your cards, just go through the whole deck.
Okay.
Whoever has the most doubles wins.
It's an amusing
know
game
what I'm
that's
saying?
actually fairly fun to play when you're a kid, and I will teach you when you're here. When I meet you,
Okay.
I'll teach you how to play Goldfish. That actually
Goldfish,
might
not
be
goldfish.
Go Fish. I always called it Goldfish, but it is Go Fish.
Goldfish.
That might be. I have a lot of deck of cards. I love card games, so easy to explain why I know it, but it also might not be a British thing.
I mean, I know Gin Rummy. That's one of my favorite card games of all
Gin
time.
Rummy's great.
What are
But
you,
I've
my
never- I've
grandma?
never played Goldfish.
Yes.
It's a good game.
I'll teach you how to play Goldfish. That's a game you definitely need to know
Are
how to
you
play.
playing rummy with the
Yeah.
gals every Tuesday night? What's going
Yo,
on?
you would have no idea how many old-timer games I know because they are still English colloquials. Like, it's standard for English people to know
backgammon.
these games. Yes, yes.
Backgammon slaps. That's
Backgammon's
an amazing
great.
game.
I love backgammon.
Okay.
I'm waiting for
Yeah,
it.
we had
Ethan.
like
I'm waiting for it.
like Monopoly and stuff.
Anybody
We had
know
like
cribbage?
American board games. We
Cribbage
were like,
is
what are those
wonderful.
cards? Let's get those
We had
out of our
cribbage.
psyche.
Yeah.
We had trouble.
I have a wooden carved-out, handmade cribbage board from a friend
Ooh.
because I love that game so much. I'm not the oldest one here. I'm the middle child here.
Anyway, folks.
Anyway.
I'm gonna take the opportunity
play
to have Zara
Goldfish.
explain to me Goldfish. That lasts maybe like a half hour because Tefi just isn't understanding it.
It's
And then eventually she's
Goldfish.
gonna
Go fish. Go
Go
fish.
fish.
You're gonna make the
Go
same
fish.
problem I have now.
going to go fishing.
Mhm.
Like
Going
go
to
fi-
go fish.
Right. Okay. So
You go
let me-
fish.
because they improperly
We can-
explain this.
we
to
can
you.
ex-
I
we
really
can-
want.
no,
I really
no,
need
no.
to explain this.
No, Ethan, we have very limited time and I need to get through points.
So
Explain it
we're just
after.
gonna explain it and
Let's
not
just-
actually get around to playing it. Just going
Explain
through
it
all
after.
the rules,
We're
bonding,
just gonna
friendship
play go
beginning,
fish.
but then it's bedtime. So
Yes.
Tefi falls asleep against the door.
Tefi and Zora play Go Fish. Together.
Yay. Bonding.
I'm in the same boat as you, Ethan, on this, but I'm shocked by the not knowing how to play Go Fish. But we have time frame. Schnorzboop, when you exit out, the front door barricaded. Ark, he unlocks everything for you to leave. And when you leave, just outside, standing. Excuse me, good grief, that came out of nowhere. But standing
Delicious.
just a couple of feet from the door is Karnas, who is in full plate armor. He's got his battle axe and shield in hand, and he is facing the caravan. It's making it very apparent that he is going to be guarding this building during the time. Oh. You just posted a link. Sorry, Ethan, there's no place. Links can't be posted by anyone else other than Lily. Even my account can't post links anymore.
Sorry.
We haven't had any bots since I put it on, so... I have reposted the link. If you all want to see what Ethan just tried to post, the link's in there.
That's for you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Continue.
So when you exit Snorchboop, there's a Minotaur facing the other group with his back to the inn, waiting.
As we will approach Karnas, say, Karnas, I assume problem?
No, I'm laughing at Tantering telling Ethan to get wrecked. Carry on. I can multitask. And
So, Karnas, I assume Caliber made you aware of the findings thus far. Have the dwarves been convinced to wait until at least tomorrow?
When you were in the wagon, I didn't realize how short you were. You're up to about his knee. He kneels down to be closer towards you. He's still like a good solid 3 feet. His head is, at least. Even kneeling. Still, he's quite large. Looks down at you. He actually did a very good job on that. He brought along one of them to talk to the Storm members. Asked the right amount of questions. And one of them was convinced that it wasn't them. I still don't believe or trust them. I think they may try something tonight, but I don't think it will be violent measures anymore. More amiable, you might say.
Excellent. Oh, very good. Thank you, Karnas. I think I'll go to sleep then.
Is the stable doors closed?
The stable is quite open.
Or is it open?
It's open, yeah. And you being sentient, having had that conversation with Ook, he would have left your stall door open.
Yeah.
Knowing that it's courteous for you, and he would have told you when he was leaving as well. Knowing how having the conversation. If you showed, actually, hang on. Let me get to that in a moment here.
Okay.
If you don't mind. For you, Schnoz, though, you're more than welcome to stay here. It might actually benefit seeing two different guilds watching over this inn. Your
Very
presence and your showing up has had an effect on the caravan. It's not just me keeping eye over it now, it's other people and another guild as well.
Very good. Wait. I'll stick around then. Maybe I'll pop over to the stable area and make sure that Big Ten's doing all right.
Oh, very well. I will be here the whole night.
Very good. Snaz is going to go over to the stable area. Not going to go into the stable. But he's going to say just a little Big Ten.
Hala hala.
It's Snaz Boop. Are you doing all right in there?
Probably on the way out of the stable, but yes.
Oh, very good. Well, if you have any interest, I think I'm going to stand guard with our new friend Carnus, if you're looking for company.
You might be... So let's retrack a little bit. Rewind just a smidge. With Ook just leaving. It's night at this point. It's very dark. There are small lanterns lit inside the stable to give brief amounts of light. He comes in. I'm about to shut things off. Would you like one left on for you? They're arcane in measure.
Not necessary.
Then if it's all the same to you, I will turn them off.
As you
Remember
wish.
what I said, though. You make your own decisions. You are sentient. You don't need to be bonded with me. Or whoever it was before. You can bond with whoever you want. Take your life in your own paws. I know we did.
Thought you'd appreciate that. And he
I'm
turns.
positive.
Oh, wow. That was a good one. Okay. He begins to turn, takes a look out the stall.
Oh. Speaking of, one of your companions is approaching. I hope you have a good night, Big Tin.
Good night.
And he starts to walk out and leaves your doors open. As you approach,
I walk out.
Spoop, he gives you a nod and walks past and goes back towards the inn. And you see Big Tin walking out.
I say the same things.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go stand watch with him.
Cool.
You don't
Go
need
back.
to.
Well, he asked me to. We can all be together. Could be an excellent time.
Don't you need sleep?
Technically speaking, yes.
I don't.
I'll count on you to be extra careful. I may not off.
Okay. You head back towards the front. And Carnus looks over and I've encountered your kind before, but what am I doing speaking to it? I've encountered its kind before, but I've never actually...
This is Big Tin. He is a sentient being.
What? What?
I transfer bondage to the Minotaur? And I speak in Minotaur? Yes, I've decided to stay with you tonight.
He, without looking at you, Schnoz, reaches down a hand and kind of slaps you a little bit on the shoulder. You know, like one of those, yo, this is exciting kind of slaps. And I've never encountered one that speaks. You said you...
Neither have I.
You must tell me. You're part of... What guild again?
The Three Watchers. The both of us.
Never heard of it. You said it's in Pallius. It's on the way. I will check. This is unprecedented. I've been alive for 60 cycles, and I've never, ever encountered or heard of one of your kind.
Garnus, 60. Wait till you get a couple of more centuries on you, then you can talk about what you've seen and not seen.
He will engage in a bit of a conversation with you, going into his history of Karnas has been all around Iridai, even joined in an adventure towards the outskirts of the archipelago of the gods. He's quite traveled, but through the night you will be able to reiterate what you've gone through as well through your 222 cycles, as opposed to his 60 cycles. For a Minotaur, that's old. Like, he's old. He's much older in comparison. But, well, actually, no, in comparison, he's about the same age as you for his species. Speaking of, actually, can you roll a percentile die for me, Peter?
Yes. 73.
73? Cool, you're still alive.
Great.
But that'll be your night.
Was that a spontaneous death roll?
Yes, it was. Heart attack. Let's see what happens. You're old. You're at the end of your life, yo. I will have that happen every now and then, just to see. Old people die whenever you think. I had an old person die while I was brushing their teeth. It's very awful and terrifying, but it happens.
All us loafing stroke out in our Cheerios in our 80s. So.
Rolled a 2. Sorry.
Could have been more fun.
Random elements.
He had died.
Yes, that's actually why I have the rolls happen. Random elements. You have to consider random elements. And this is a random element with an elderly character.
Clear.
Spontaneous combustion.
Moving over to you, Caleb. And Big Tin, there's probably some pieces of conversation between the two of them that you might be able to discern towards what normal actions and behaviors around civilization might be. Two different, very different kinds. Schnorzboot being more the peaceful, Karnas being more the active, proactive, taking part of governance, taking part of bounties and all that other stuff. He's been part of his guild for 40 whole cycles, as opposed to the 14 days, or 14 solas, as Schnorzboot has been.
After probably about an hour, I assume it's pretty night now.
Oh yeah, it's very night. Yeah.
Snozboop's gonna fall asleep against Big Tin.
Okay. At that point, the conversation would switch to be between Big Tin and Karnas. Karnas asking many of the same questions that Ook asked, and then going through many of the same details. Not so much in the bond aspect. He's more focused on the you're sentient aspect of it. Trying to understand that. But we're at that time, so I'm going to move over to Caleb
Yo.
for a second here. You being on the roof, late into the night, you rolled a good investigation check. So moving back to it.
And a damn good stealth.
Yep, a very good stealth.
I am the roof.
You are the roof. The dwarves aren't doing anything. The caravan, they'd never take action. They relax. It appears that your actions prohibited that. You do hear what's the term I'm looking for? You do hear the creaks and ebbs and gives of the wood underneath the more heavy dragonborn set of Duncan walking back into his room. The window that you're stationed over being the most logical location to be watching for the night. There is one moon out, the smallest of the moons. The other two, they're not to be seen. It takes you a while examining around and trying your damnedest to be able to piece together how did they get to this window without leaving footprints if it wasn't the proprietors inside. For a second, you get the idea to lower yourself, maybe to the window frame, and take a look around. When you spot it, the wood line just behind the stable, there is a spot, a singular spot, that only at this angle were you able to see, where a branch has been broken, dangling still barely by its bark strings. And you see the scuff marks of someone having jumped off of one of the branches on that tree. What you do not see is any evidence of them landing on the roof of the stable or on the ground. But the scuff marks on the branch, because you rolled a freaking natural 20, it's not Hadozi. It's not human. It's not dwarf. It's not dragonborn. It's not Leonin. It's Tiefling. And that's where we're going to end for the night. We are going to end there with Caleb seeing the location where they came from.
You're mine now.
I will give you one last little bitty before we raid into someone else. The small footprints. Yes. Maybe of a child. And we will see you next Sunday. Because I will be away for this week. Not till next Sunday, though. I will be back next Sunday. So we will be having, our next stream is next Sunday. With the Chronicles of Nathriel, Ira Die. And we will see hopefully, maybe, we'll see what happens. The conclusion. Yeah, Happy Ninja is stealing me. Literally. Not even kidding. They're stealing me for a week. Hi, Happy Ninja, by the way. How you doing? Oh boy.
I think I found someone. Eekly Inc. They are playing Cthulhu and Friends, Season 5.
I love that idea. I've wanted a Cthulhu thing for a while now, hence why we're going to the SCP Foundation first for our miniseries. I want something creepy, y'all. I want something terrifying. How long have they been going for?
21 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Absolutely wonderful. Well then, in that case, I will give you all the wonderful spiel as normal. Check out our store where you can get wonderful merch like this and these wonderful things. Go in there, support us as much as possible. Every single penny that comes in goes right back into the stream. Helps our production value. Hence why we're mentioning October and August right now. We don't have production to do anything before that, like making ads and that such. Instead, we have to do word of mouth. But increased production value means we can actually do ads instead of having to talk about it way before it happens. Go into a store, support all that as much as you can. Follow, like, subscribe, all that beautiful nonsense. This week, our YouTube is going to have so many wonderful videos put up there. A couple never even came to our stream, like Peglin. On Tuesday and Thursday, I did a run of Peglin, and we edited that video down to be a YouTube exclusive. It won't be happening on Twitch. So go to our YouTube, please. Double check that wonderfulness. And as always, before I hit that ending screen, thank you everyone for being here. We love you very much. Hope you had a hoot. And we'll see you next Sunday.
Bye.
May have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Time